Lovers really fall in love to stay, stand beside each other, come man. Promise written something that people kept, not just something they would say and then forget. Families really bow their heads to pray. Daddies really never go away. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days. Whoa, Grandpa, tell me about them good old days.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Young'uns better learn or we gon' get that young. Recognize you recognize that we gon' work for the young. Get up already, just put a smile on your face. Just get eyes so high to the beat again. Put them in the pot, so till then keep always family.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Well, everything you want to know is like everything, anything, showing like the world is for you. Falling into your love, making me go bala. Everybody wants to know too. But I don't know if I can tell you everything I know. And I don't know if I am ready to even show. And you don't even know me like I know you from my dreams. And you for me, and me for you, yeah. Slow down, stop it, do it now. I'm feeling really proud. I am an enemy, I am an enemy. I don't know what to say, breaking me every day. I am an enemy, I am an enemy, yeah. 2 shots down, 3 shots gone. And you know that I will do everything and show you what it means. And show you what it means. Singing, show you what it means like. Show you what it means like. Everybody knows what to lose, like yourself and your mind too. Overthinking something is overkilling everything. Stop what you do and just do. But I don't know if I can tell you everything I know. And I don't know if I am ready to even show. And you don't even know me like I know you from my dreams. And you for me, and me for you, yeah. Slow down, stop it, do it now. I'm feeling really proud. I am an enemy, I am an enemy. I don't know what to say, breaking me every day. I am an enemy, I am an enemy, yeah. 2 shots down, 3 shots gone. And you know that I will do everything and show you what it means. And show you what it means. Singing, show you what it means like. Show you what it means like. I don't know if I can be the one I want to be one day. And I fight with my own mistakes. The past is just too far away. You cannot decide for me if my life is my own to say. But I just keep complaining that my mind is too hard to make, yeah. Slow down, stop it, do it now. I'm feeling really proud. I am an enemy, I am an enemy. I don't know what to say, breaking me every day. I am an enemy, I am an enemy, yeah. 2 shots down, 3 shots gone. And you know that I will do everything and show you what it means. And show you what it means. Singing, show you what it means like. Show you what it means like.
Et zu ita saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia Gumugupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fani bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, centamiti. Man ko body
Fanogi chamoru Politanota Kantai matuno Nyagi toru iluga sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise, yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life, it's way too fast, yo. I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me scooped out when I might getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jointness where you'll find me, or down in Naval Mad with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the chair loose, then we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree. Relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat. So we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. Just kicking back in the village. All the years I played around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh, yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, sitting down in the wonderful village of Pneumatic. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Morning, Guam. Right on. Oh, hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Right on. It's 6:20, Wednesday, June 9th. Joser out there with the sunrise cam. We don't really get much of a sunrise here in Harmon, but we get what I like to call the sunrise vibes. Vibes. Beautiful, beautiful morning. Right? Who's happy to be alive today? Yes. Yeah. I'm so happy to be alive. I don't know any other way, but I love being here. It's 6:20.
I always enjoy waking up with you guys.
Huh?
All of you guys, everybody watching right now.
I know, Jay. I never thought I'd be waking up in the morning with Jason Solis.
Thank you. It's like remember that like that one line. It's like, oh, would you like to have breakfast sometime? It's like, oh, sure. It's like, shall I call you or nudge you?
Hey. I don't think you can say that in 2021, Jay.
Yeah. Well, this is the highlight of my day, right? Waking up with like all of you guys, like reading the greetings, getting to say good morning to all you guys all over the world. However, yesterday I had an unbelievable epiphany.
Right on. We're out the gate right off the bat, guys. Jason
Yeah.
Solis, good morning.
As you guys know, when I was on vacation, right, I took a much needed break. As I hope you are. Take care of your mental, everybody.
Take care of the mental.
Mama Bear was nice enough to send us, like, all four of us, some Sonny's barbecue sauce. I tried it for the first time yesterday. Debbie from Bardstown, Kentucky, right? We love you, Debbie. And ironically, I tried it on Kentucky Fried Chicken. I mean, well, fittingly. That stuff is amazing. Joseph tried it and he's like, oh man, it's it's really really good. And it says sweet barbecue sauce, but it's not like overly sweet. You get a hint of molasses and maybe some maple syrup in there, perhaps. Some
So it's
nutmeg.
not really sweet. It's more like it's sweet.
It is so good, and it doesn't dominate the
Palate?
Yeah, and I messaged Debbie yesterday. I sent her like a video message, and effusively thanking her, right? And I was like,
Effusively.
yeah. So for me, where I put this on, and I take barbecue sauce seriously, right? Like I'm proud to be Chamorro, so I take my barbecue seriously, right? The pantheon of barbecue sauce for me, right? I'm gonna put it above A1 poultry sauce. Do you remember that? That was a short-lived product in the 80s. A1 had a poultry sauce. It wasn't just steak sauce. So I want to put it above that. I'm kind of unsure whether I want to promote it above Chick-fil-A, because I've tried Chick-fil-A's sauce, and that stuff is amazing.
How good is Chick-fil-A? I've never tried it.
Chick-fil-A's good.
I mean,
Chick-fil-A's
it's
really
fried chicken, right?
and
How good can it be?
they're good Christian people,
Oh, they are.
and they love football. Wait, Bree, you don't have a Chick-fil-A out?
Hi, Sabrina.
Yeah. Do they have Chick-fil-A on the Strip in Vegas?
They have Chick-fil-A around where I'm staying.
Oh man, please get you some of that.
I ate a lot of Chick-fil-A growing up in Oklahoma, so I'm quite familiar with Chick-fil-A.
Oh, do you like the sauce? I love that orange sauce.
Well, I had different flavors that I didn't recall, but yeah, I just like Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, so
Especially fries, their waffle fries.
yeah, so you guys know, and here on the link, we are all about sharing. It's all one big family and everything. So I'm gonna message Glenn. I'm gonna be Glenn. We got some barbecue sauce for you. Barbecue the snakes maybe, and use this with snake.
Yeah. Good stuff. So you had it with KFC.
Yes.
It was like your dipping sauce.
Oh man, it was so good. Thank you so much, Debbie. By the way, Glenn messaged us also. There is a Pride motorcade on Sunday.
Okay.
We're gonna tell you guys more about that.
Got it. It's 6:24. The show brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, IT&E, Jack in the Box, Cowboy Enterprises. Good morning. It's 6:24. Coming up on the show, we're going to talk with a local veterans group. Inano Zan I Minagahit Zan Ininina. It's the Way, the Light, the Truth. Bill Salisbury, and he's also going to be joined by a doctor. These guys are kind of going around. They're doing like a veteran census to find out how many veterans we have on Guam and to give veterans more insight and information on registering for a lot of these VA programs that maybe they otherwise might not know about, So it's always good to have veterans outreach. And also we're getting Judy Wampat, former speaker, Judy Wampat, who's the victims advocate, reaching out. Varo board president. I just shot her a text yesterday because of this tragic case of Virginia LaGuardia, and then we had Beauty Camacho in, and there was definitely a theme that victims, survivors, a lot of times just having trouble navigating the criminal justice system. And a lot of times they're doing things that I feel maybe law enforcement and the court should be taking care of. So we'll talk with former Speaker Judy, find out, what's going on, if she got stats. Dr. Ho Wen, the Physician Advisory Group Chairman. Also of AMC, they're going to be rolling out, I believe on the private sector side, Bree, this QR code thing that everyone's been talking about.
Right, for vaccination verifications, I believe. So, that would really streamline the process as opposed to having to go call public health, right? And get the printout, carry around a piece of paper. So if it's just on your phone, which everyone has.
Right.
Yeah, can I just throw in the nerd word for just a second? Everybody's talking about QR codes these days and everything like that. I'm getting a lot of DMs and a lot of messages, and people are like, how do I scan these? Do I need a specific app? What to do? If you have a modern version of either iOS, if you're using an Apple device, either an iPad or an iPhone, or you're using version 11 or the beta of 12 of Android and everything like that, the native camera on your mobile device is able to scan QR codes. So all you have to do is just launch the camera app. Maybe 3 years ago you would have needed a separate app, but the native camera app can scan QR codes. They typically launch a browser, take you somewhere else, and everything like that. But
Right.
really, really easy. People are asking me like, how do I do this QR code thing?
I don't know if it's a QR code for the public health side or the private sector side, because I don't. So I'm not sure, but we'll get Dr. Hahn to explain because I.
Know that they were working on implementing this QR code soon.
Right.
But you're right. I think it might be separate from what the private sector is working on.
Right.
But
Because
who knows? We'll
yeah, I mean, we'll find out. But I know that there was a lot of conversation in the private sector about discussions they're having with public health where they want to do things like have events where it's fully vaccinated people, and then they are hoping to get increased capacity, you know, beyond the normal social gathering limits. So I don't know, maybe I'll know something about that. 627. Also, we're getting major Antonogan DOC. There was it their budget hearing the other day, Bree? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a Monday maybe? They had their budget oversight hearing? All this week, it's like all law enforcement.
Right. So it was GFD, I think, yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what's
And
up
the-
with it. Guys, I see your comments on the mic, but in here it looks fine. I don't know. Want to just try rebooting? Okay.
Oh,
we'll check.
when we do news, Joe Sir and I will do the tech support thing.
All right.
And
Yeah.
speaking of tech support, Joe Sir and I, like we got up, it's a good morning. iOS 14.6 came out today.
Is that the update?
Yep.
Oh, so what does it do? What did that update do?
Hopefully it fixes the mic issues. So it supports Apple Cards. It's got some podcast integrations and everything like that, but mostly it's security and bug fixes. So download iOS 14.6. Make sure your device is secured, squared away, and good to go.
All right, and we're going to take a little break, and these guys are going to get their screwdriver and figure things out here. I don't know, maybe my voice is just too much for this little teeny-weeny microphone.
Or we could just do news. We can.
Or I could just shut up for the next 3.5 hours. How's that?
Oh man.
Who wants that?
I would say like all your teachers in high school are just jumping up for joy right now.
Please, God, shut him up. It's 6:29. Easy there, Bree. We're back with more next.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Help us celebrate.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and...
Well, an increasing amount of people are getting away again. In Venice, Italy this weekend, the first cruise ship left port in over a year. Even Maui is aloha again. Visitors will no longer be tested for COVID. And CBS's Lucy Kraft reports Guam is welcoming Americans back with vaccine vacations.
The U.S. territory of Guam is a sleepy, compact island about 3,000 miles west of Hawaii. Its main attraction, beaches, palm trees, and sunsets. For more than a year, Guam's Instagram-perfect aquamarine waters have been nearly deserted, imperiling livelihoods for a third of its workforce. But in recent months, officials noticed a steady stream of Americans living in Asian countries with slow vaccine rollouts flying in to get their shots. Americans like us. No sun and sand on this trip. I've just finished a week in quarantine to be able to come here to the University of Guam Fieldhouse for my coronavirus shot. Lou Leon Guerrero is a registered nurse. She also happens to be the governor of Guam.
I kept up my license. I figured, if they fire me, I'll still have a job.
With most of her constituents inoculated, Governor Leon Guerrero said Guam is launching vaccine tourism packages for U.S. expatriates.
The win-win is really all over the place. We can vaccinate the U.S. expats, and in the meantime, they're having a nice time in Guam. They're enjoying the hospitality. We are benefiting from their economic input as a result of that.
Pre-pandemic, Guam drew nearly 2 million visitors, mostly from Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. It aims to extend vaccine vacations to Asian travelers. Immunizing Americans is one thing, but wooing foreign tourists with vaccines, health experts like Binghamton University's Nicole Hassoun say, is an ethical gray zone.
There's people who really, really need that vaccine who aren't getting it, and that's where the vaccine should go. It shouldn't be prioritizing people just because they're wealthy enough to come to the United States.
But, spurred by similar schemes across the U.S., Guam is banking on vaccine tourism to help refill its beaches this summer and provide a shot in the arm to its flatlining tourist industry. Lucy Kraft, CBS News, Hagåtña, Guam.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KU.
From the class of 2022.
From the
bottom
of our
hearts,
we
want
to thank
the teachers, the office,
staff,
the custodians,
and all
the faculty for
all
that
they
do to
make
sure that
we go to a school
that's safe,
clean, and where we are properly
taught. We
thank you for
preparing
us for the outside
world where we will embark on our
journeys, ready to face
the world.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
about things that are going on with how to use a QR code. We told you that the new iOS is out for iPad. And let us know, because hopefully back now with his normally dulcet tones is the one and only Chris Barnett.
Hey, all right.
Mic check, mic check.
Check 1 1 1 1.
How's that sound, guys?
Sybilis.
Yeah. That's a great. For those of you who don't get that reference, that's when Tom Hanks hosted SNL.
Right.
Way back. I want to say
it's actually from the Howard Stern movie.
From Private Parts?
Yeah, there's a little piece in there like Sybilis. Anyway, it's 6:37, guys. Good morning.
So let us know. It sounds good on our side. You know, Joe Sir worked his magic, got out the Leatherman of the gods.
Right. And
seriously, Zeus had to have given you that. That thing is enchanted, man.
Was there a battery change too?
Joe Sir can fix anything, take anything apart, put anything back together. Humpty Dumpty has nothing on DJ Joe Sir.
Right on.
When it comes to that leather.
It's that classic Filipino ingenuity.
Dude.
Right, sir? The original MacGyvers. It's 6:38. Let's go ahead and get into the news now here on The Link. Good morning on you, and thanks for joining us on our Facebook Live show. As always, miss a link, miss a lot, and there's a whole lot on the way with the very latest. Right now, though, from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you got us. Okay, all right. Way to go. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hey, everybody. The U.S. Marshal Service picked up a 20-year-old man in Florida who was reportedly wanted by the Guam Police Department for murder and attempted murder. According to the Bay County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, Nicholas Wayne Moore of Guam was nabbed by the U.S. Marshal Service, Florida Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force, along with their assistants in Panama City Beach. Moore is reportedly a suspect in an ongoing investigation by GPD, quote, for murder, attempted murder, and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution from their agency on 2 separate cases. His capture was a result of a week-long coordinated effort. He will be extradited back to Guam. KUAM is waiting for more information from GPD regarding this murder investigation. Frank Camacho, along with his coach Cookie Alvarez, were involved in a multiple car accident that occurred along a highway in California. Alvarez posted the information on his social media, stating that he, along with Camacho, are okay, although Camacho sustained injuries that have forced him to no longer fight in his upcoming UFC bout in Arizona, which was scheduled for this Saturday against Matt Frivola. Camacho this morning told KUAM that he is thankful for life, that he's good to go and literally living to fight another day. Crank also said, please hug those you love a little tighter today. Our prayers go out to Frank and Sarah as well as Cookie. And with more news, here's Isaiah Uggan.
Hafide, good morning everyone. Guahusia Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. John Richard Bass faces murder in the first degree for the gruesome death that took place Sunday afternoon in Tamoney. He's not only is accused of repeatedly stabbing a woman, but doing so in front of her children. We have more details about the horrific crime, but also hear from a woman from his past who knows all too well of his violent potential.
Surviving is exhausting.
Beauty Camacho is John Richard Bass III's ex-girlfriend. It was hard for her to hold back her emotions as she recanted the turbulent time in her life.
After we broke up, it was 9 months of just torture, like I mentioned, all the digital harassment, social media harassment, the spoof calls. He would break into my home, and when I would report him on all these violations, it was quite frustrating because reporting it to the police department takes a long time.
The relationship ended years ago, but hearing the news about Sunday's murder brought up the painful memories and heartache for Virginia Laguania's family.
Yes, there's a system, but it needs to be faster. Like, we're going to wait hours and days and weeks and months, and in my case, years until this happens. That's too long. That's too long, especially when the pattern is so consistent already.
According to the magistrate's complaint, on Sunday, June 6, just before 2 p.m., police responded to Hotel Mayana in Tamuning to find 39-year-old Virginia Laguania. lying on her back with her head cradled in her 19-year-old daughter's arms. Bass allegedly repeatedly stabbed LaGuardia all over her body, while her daughters were in the next room. The girls heard LaGuardia screaming and ran into the living room where they witnessed Bass stabbing their mother. They attempted to pull Bass off, however he continued to stab her until he dropped the knife and ran out of the hotel room. Documents state the officers also noticed the 19-year-old daughter had lacerations on her thigh and arm. Bass was on the run for nearly 24 hours and avoided capture several times by running into the jungle. He was spotted near 1+1 Mart in Jigo, and as stated in the complaint, it took the combined efforts of Dededo Precinct Command officers, GPD Special Operations Division, and Criminal Investigation Division to support Bass and force him to surrender. He was taken to GPD headquarters in Tizon, where he admitted to being in a relationship with LaGuardia and at the residence, but refused to answer any questions pertaining to her death. The shocking and sad details has Camacho feeling that this could have been prevented.
Sorry, I'm so frazzled because of how many times I've tried to report him and tried to report this pattern, yet nothing was done.
Bass was magistrated Tuesday afternoon. He is being held on a $1 million cash bail. His next court appearance is scheduled for June 18th.
The CDC has downgraded Guam's travel designation from very high risk to moderate. With more on what this means, here's Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani.
The CDC's removal of Guam from its stay-away list of countries is hailed by Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera as evidence that the territory is holding the line against COVID.
That says a lot, right? It says a tremendous amount, and so that our confidence in that our plan so far has been, working well. That the decisions we made are the right decisions thus far, and that we are practicing the least restrictive means possible. And so those are very, very important, things that to take note of and be very proud of.
Governor Lulian Guerrero says moving from level 4 to level 2 complements recently updated protocols that allow vaccinated travelers to enter our borders without quarantine. The moderate risk CDC travel designation also comes as the Guam Visitors Bureau prepares to roll out its Airbnb program for expatriates to travel to the island to be vaccinated. And according to the governor, she also plans to allow non-U.S. citizens to join the vaccination.
There is a responsibility that we have that's beyond just the United States, and that's to other parts of the world. And if we can help get that vaccination, numbers up and in a quicker fashion, that protects us more. And so, we are as strong as our weakest country, and so that's a key thing with this fight here. And so if we help everybody else and we have that opportunity to do so, and especially we have federal support to do that, then by all means, and especially if we get the added benefit of having tourists, come here and enjoy visiting the Mariana Islands, then by all means, let's move toward that.
The governor has already requested to increase the island's vaccine supply to expand shots to non-U.S. citizens.
$20 million in federal funding is being requested for new bus shelters throughout the island. Congressman Michael San Nicolas says he's asking for funding through the Transportation and Infrastructure Bill known as the INVEST Act. He's working with GRTA Director Selba Bauta to identify where to place the shelters. Currently, only 10 shelters are in use for the entire public bus system. In a statement, San Nicolas said the investment will result in a larger bus fleet and fleet management facilities and technologies that are going to deliver for our people a public transportation system that we can all be proud of and our community sorely needs. Like its fellow uniformed service agencies, the fire department is facing a shortage in personnel. During a budget hearing Tuesday, Senator Tello Taidagui questioned Assistant Fire Chief Mike Onkenko and Fire Chief Dan Stone about current vacancies. They told her they are short about 130 positions. Some are for recruits and other for promotions.
Our number of firefighter recruits that we have vacant is 34. The remaining vacancies are for promotions.
Right.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Oh, I see.
But
So
it would create that amount of vacancies upon completion of the promotion because it creates a domino effect downwards.
I see. Right. So as we promote up and roll people up, we create the vacancies at the entry level.
Those promotions that comes with additional funding, have you incorporated that anticipated for FY 2021? Have you incorporated it into your budget?
No.
Oy.
Assistant Chief Nkenko said the annual cost to fill all the positions is $3.8 million. In other news, a new law now gives women-owned businesses a 5% edge in the awarding of government contracts for most products and services. Governor Lulian Guerrero signed Senator Amanda Shelton's bill in a ceremony Tuesday at Adelut. The measure was passed unanimously by the legislature. It points out that less than 20% of local businesses are owned by women. The measure is meant to increase their participation in the economy and to address the traditional imbalance.
I always believe that when a woman says they're going to do something, they're not only going to do it, but they're going to do it fast. And they're going to do it expertly. So I just want to say that, as previous speakers said, this is a great day for not just the women of Guam, but for the people of Guam. Because when women succeed, the whole community succeeds.
A number of women business owners were on hand to witness the signing. They praised the new law as a benefit to their companies and a step forward in establishing a more level playing field for women. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight on Primetime.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Catero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Welcome back, and thanks for waking up with us, everybody, on The Link here on a Wednesday. The week is half completed or half beginning, as depending on how you see it. And Chris and Sabrina are here, and we have some friends with us who are doing some whose work will never be completed. Certainly, their mission of serving has extended long past their time in serving our nation, and they're doing very, very good work for veterans of the United States military. So here are Bree and Chris with a interview about Veterans Affairs.
Right, and we have Bill Salisbury and Dr. Akoma here from HMI. It's a local veterans outreach group. Bill, Doc, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Hi, Doc.
Good morning.
Morning. So let's just get right into it. You guys are a nonprofit, and you're conducting like a veteran census around the islands, and I know, right? And you've done some outreach with the different mayors.
Yes, sir. That's right. We're doing outreaches with the different mayors to try and get an accurate count of veterans on island.
Why?
Part of HMI's existence, it was created by veterans, for veterans, with the mission of helping veterans and their families. And how we do that is through collaboration with other nonprofit entities and various government agencies. And the sole purpose of the VA is to help veterans. And so we are just an extension of that purpose.
Do you guys work with Tim Ogan over at Veterans Affairs? You've been able to get any information from him, like a starting point can compare in terms of numbers?
We've collaborated with Tim briefly since we've started the outreaches. What we found out is that a lot of the numbers on island and off island, because when it comes to the VA on Guam, we answer to Hawaii. Right. So there's some conflicting information. So what we decided to do was go village by village, boots on the ground, to try and kind of narrow down an accurate number.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are you finding that there are veterans out there, Bill, that haven't signed up with the VA and don't know about the benefits that they're entitled to?
Yes. So during the outreaches that we've done so far, we've been finding out that there are veterans who think that because they didn't go to combat, because they didn't go get hurt or lost a limb, that they don't qualify for benefits. But that is just not true. If you served in the military at some point in your career, you deserve whatever benefits legally that you qualify for.
Mm-hmm.
What do you hear from? Go ahead, Bree.
No, go ahead.
What do you hear from the veterans? Because I know that you're registering them and stuff, but I'm pretty sure, knowing the veterans I know, when you run into them, it's not as easy as like sign this piece of paper. I'm pretty sure they give you a status update on all the different issues that they're having.
Oh, very true. So part of our outreach, we focus on a few things. First and foremost is to get, like I said, an accurate account of veterans on island within our region to help justify more medical resources such as a VA hospital. And what we were informed by in the past, people have tried to bring a veterans hospital to Guam. And I know it's like, David fighting Goliath. However, I think the time and the momentum is now today. And here on Guam, if you can see the big picture happening just around us in the region, and I just saw on the news this morning, we now have all 5 major players of the Defense Department. We always had the Army, we always had the Air Force, we always had the Navy. We now have a fully operational Coast Guard station and soon a Marine base. So it would only make sense to have a VA hospital here. And a lot of the veterans that we meet during the outreaches, yeah, they have their frustrations, they have their challenges. They don't feel that a lot of the services that they're receiving is not adequate. So I don't know if you guys know, but currently there is a VA hospital in Manila. It's VA Manila Outpatient Clinic, and it operates like a hospital. Right now, our veterans and in our region, we cannot be serviced by them because the country shut down because of COVID, political posturing. So with the limited resources here, if the service is not offered on Guam, we'd have to fly to Hawaii, which is very expensive. And secondly, what we try to do during the outreach is speaking what we call the Veterans Administration's language. And that is to maximize any or all veteran benefits that a veteran is legally entitled to and deserve. So the outreach actually brought to light that a lot of the veterans who initially started the process became frustrated, became underrated, undervalued. And what we're telling them is basically it's a fight with the VA to actually get what you deserve. But we have to speak their language, and medical evidence is key. Whatever medical evidence that you have when you're in the military, whatever medical evidence that you have with your private doctor, naval hospital, all of that plays a role in what type of benefits you deserve.
We have a question here, Bill, if you don't mind. I want to bring on Anthony onto the link here. We might have lost him. Yeah, okay. Cancel. Never mind.
Roger.
But he was talking about, I don't know if you can speak to anything like this, where people are having trouble getting their benefits, where they might have signed up or registered or whatever. Oh, here he is. Hold on. Anthony, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You're on with Bill and Dr. Akoma.
Yeah, I have a friend who is a veteran, and he was trying to claim his veteran benefits, but the problem is, according to him, let me tell you about it. How many years he served in the military. He said he served for 2 years and a half at the U.S. Air Force. And my questions are, first, he said that, I don't know if he's telling me the truth, that he's not a U.S. citizen. How can he be enlisted to the military if he's not a U.S. citizen? Second question is, he was diagnosed of PTSD. I don't know if it happened during when he was serving in the military. He said that he just couldn't claim his veterans benefit.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. Bill, did you have any response?
Anthony?
Okay, to the first question in regards to citizenship, that would be actually a DOD question, first and foremost. Secondly, in reference to his benefits, as long as the veteran has what we call a DD-214, that in itself will verify that the individual, one, actually served in the military, and two, the length of time, the type of training, the awards that that person received, and any questions, I would send that individual to our local veterans office and see what they could do in reference to helping him out with benefits. I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you. It kind of reminds me of, we talk about this a lot. My grandpa was one of the Guam Combat Patrol. And so I don't know if you're familiar with this, Bill and Doc, but they were basically civilians who were kind of enlisted by the U.S. forces here after the war and deputized to go around and hunt for any leftover Japanese soldiers that were still here. And then many years later, they were made honorary Marines. And so my grandfather was able to get, I mean, sadly, it was when he was already very ill, but he was able to finally get those veterans benefits.
Right. And that's what we're finding. And that's what we're finding out, Chris, through the outreach. So you have a lot of the older veterans, the 60s, 70s, even some 80s, where they initially got a rating, is what we call, with the VA. And that's it. They said, okay, that's all I deserve, or according to the VA, that's all that I'm entitled to. That is also not true. There's over 833 rateable disabilities that the VA has. It is vast. So in regards to benefits, a veteran is entitled to a vast amount of benefits. It's just a matter of sitting down with the veteran, going through, and that's why we have Dr. Akoma on board, going through the type of medical evidence and kind of maneuvering through all the necessary paperwork that is needed to ensure that veteran gets the maximum benefits legally.
Bill, you guys have an outreach tonight?
So,
go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
now,
Doc.
I was going to make a comment about Antonia's questions.
Yeah.
I don't know whether she's still on the line.
He's not, but you
so
can.
a lot has changed. Yeah, a lot has changed with the DOD and the VA in the last 20 years. So soon after the start of the Iraq War, the DOD changed its rules on citizenship. So if you served in uniform for 6 months, you automatically qualify to apply and be granted U.S. citizenship. So that law is still in the books. So depending on the time this person served, they should have been given U.S. citizenship within 6 months of joining the military. Maybe they need to find out why they didn't apply, because you have to apply for it. It's not automatic. Then when it comes to benefits, 20, 30 years ago, the VA was eager to disqualify veterans. But a lot has changed. With Choice Act, Admission Act, the VA is more open to bringing in more veterans into the fold right now. There are people who only went to basic training and still qualify for VA benefits. There are people who were discharged other than honorable and still get VA benefits. So this person might need to meet with Bill and Anthony and HMI and find out exactly when did they serve, what did they do, where were they, and that could be a lot of information. I found out over these last few months that the biggest problem we have is insufficient information. There's a lot of misinformation and a lot of ignorance about the way the VA and the military works that this town hall is bringing out. And that is why I encourage every veteran to attend these town halls, to listen and be informed about the benefits you've earned. When I teamed up with HMI, I'm not a part of HMI, but I've offered my services to HMI, Bill, Anthony, and the rest that, I will help veterans develop their medical evidence. A lot of veterans get denied disability because they go to their CMP exam, which is compensation and pensions exam, with no medical evidence. You can say that you have PTSD, you can say you have depression, anxiety, you have back pain, you have knee pain, but the VA want to see evidence. They want to know, was there anything while you were in service that can explain your symptoms, but they cannot compensate you or approve you for a problem you do not have. So that's where we come in. We try to help you define what you have. So when you go to the VA, you are ready with adequate information. So it's important for the veterans to come out. Like tonight is going to be a PD at 7 p.m. to get more information about what HMI is doing to bring awareness to the claims process. And we'll be glad to explain more on those meetings.
All right, so that's tonight at PD. Bill, before we let you go, we had a comment here from Randy Sablon. Sorry I didn't catch the introduction. Can I have the name of your office location and phone number, please?
Currently, we just started, so we actually, thanks to Dr. Akoma, we utilize his office Wednesdays, and my number is 777-9630. And Dr. Akoma's office is in Tamunin across Ocapeles, the surgery center building, first floor.
And this is HMI. They're a nonprofit veterans outreach group, Randy, and they're basically doing a veterans census around the island and also conducting this outreach to assist and aid veterans in signing up and navigating what I hear is sometimes a pretty difficult process to get through to get enrolled and sign up with the VA and actually get the benefits at the end of the day. Bill, thank you. Dr. Akoma, appreciate you guys' time. And, next, so tonight's PD, when's the next one?
Then after PD, we head to Jigo.
When?
That would be Wednesday at 7.
Okay, so we're doing every Wednesday. Tonight, PD, next Wednesday, Jigo. How about after that?
After that, we're still waiting on some of the mayors to get back to us.
Okay. So maybe we'll bring you on next week before Jigo just to kind of shake the tree a little bit and put the word out.
Thank you, sir.
Está, Bill. Thank you, Doc.
Está.
Okay. Right on. 708.
Okay, sir. And if you guys have somebody who can come over to PD.
Right on.
I'm just saying, if you have somebody to come down to PD today too, it might be a good idea.
Right, of course. Thank you, Doc. Right on. There you go. HMI 708. Hey, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with former Speaker Judy Wampat of Varro next, right here on the link. Good morning.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Yeah, another 671 production, giving it to you island style. She's the type of woman always right for me. Never see her worry cause she's feeling irate. Never see her trip when I'm doing my thing. And I never wanna lose her cause she's cool crazy. Every time I come home, she got this look in her eyes. It's like it's been long. She's always looking surprised. So many women in the world, but none like her. She got my back, my southern chamarita girl. She got my back any time of the day. She got my back, rolling fat, feeling irate. got me ill. Always keep me hot, never get the chill.
Oh, baby, baby. 7-Eleven, the link.
My baby, baby.
Good morning.
I can love you till the end of time I come.
Well, Dr. Hall Wen from the Physicians Advisory Group and also American Medical Clinic, they've got this QR code deal that they've been working on. We'll get more info on that coming up. Also, Major Anton Ogden of DOC is on the way. Hoping to get Education Board Chair Mark Mendiola on the show too at 7:12 Wednesday, June 9th. This is the link. And in the KUAM News Zoom room, of course, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, who is, it's a new term that popped up during COVID. Maybe it was around before COVID, but it's definitely more common now. She is, what do they call it, Bree? Teleworking.
Teleworking.
She's teleworking out in Las Vegas, Nevada. So, I mean, she's taking care of a bunch of family stuff, but you know, if you ever get a minute to take us cruising Las Vegas, Bree, I kind of would be down with that because I've been to Vegas a couple times and all I remember is dry sinuses.
Yeah, it's super hot out here. It's like once you step outside, it's like stepping into a sauna. It's so hot. But yeah, I'll definitely a trip down to the Strip.
Right. 7:13. Our next segment, we're going to bring on Judy Wampat of Varo, is brought to you by Jay Goodman. It's called The Greater Good, where we highlight people making a difference in the community. We do it every Wednesday right here on the link. So let's go ahead and get right into it. With we're joking during the break about what we have to call you as a former speaker, former senator, a doctor, right? But you're always going to be a principal, right? You're always going to be Jason's principal.
Oh yeah, she was the best. Ran a real tight ship up at FB Leon Middle School, but everybody loved Mrs. Wampat. Everybody respected her.
All right, and I don't want to know about the time Jason spent in the principal's office because
there were more than one occasion.
Okay, right on. 7:14. So, Speaker, we want to bring you on, of course, just to kind of touch base with Varo, as we've heard just a bunch of stuff over the last few days relative to this tragic murder of Virginia LaGuardia. We also heard from the murder suspect's ex-girlfriend. And then outside of that, there's just been a real slew of domestic violence cases that have come down. I mean, we've read everything in the last week from a suspect punching a 12-year-old kid in the face and assaulting a pregnant woman. There's been a couple pregnant women. Yeah, just anyway, Speaker, it's been crazy. So we wanted to get you on to kind of get the word out again and maybe catch up with you on what Varo has been dealing with now that we're, because we spoke to you during the pandemic and there were concerns about people being shut in with their abusers. Now that we're kind of back to normal, we just want to catch up and find out where Varo is at. So good morning.
Morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity, especially to get the word out to everyone about Varo and of course our services. As much as we participate on any type of awareness program, you'd be really surprised that there are still so many who don't even know what we offer. Important thing I think that's important to know is that we are a 24/7 crisis intervention for victims and survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, abuse, rape, and any other violent crimes, or a traumatic event that may have happened to them. And it's not just women in particular and children, but there are males as well. There are senior citizens also who, are victims. What a lot of people don't realize is that many times the violence actually, are from individuals that they know, and they're intimate partners, like you said earlier with this, recent victim. So people think that it's only others outside, but it's actually many times in the home. And when we spoke the last time, you're right, it was very difficult during the lockdown because many of them could not reach out to us. We do, to let everyone know, is that we do provide, emotional support and advocacy for the victims and survivors. we make referrals to resources that are available to us within the government, whether they're government agencies or nonprofit organizations. We accompany them to, like, for example, to GPD. They need us to be with them or to the court. We provide some meals, shelter, transportation, and even emergency personal care kits because they may have to leave immediately and not have packed anything. So those are some of the services that we provide. And we are only a small organization, really, of 3, a staff of 3. But the biggest help comes from the community as volunteers to man the hotline so that then we'll be able to, so they'll be able to reach us. If you like, I can give you some of the data.
Yeah.
On, like, for example, April 2020, which, of course, it was during the lockdown through March of this year, 2021, our primary victim and survivors, the number's really high, is 304. 33 are males, 249 are females. We had sheltered 53 families. Domestic violence and family violence, our numbers went up to 240. Sexual assault was 139, and child abuse was 57. So those numbers are definitely, high.
An increase, Speaker, from maybe the previous year?
Yes.
How much of an increase?
Oh, sorry, I don't have those numbers, but yeah, at least in the report that was given to us when we had our last board meeting, that there's definitely these numbers are higher.
Why do you think that is?
Well, when we spoke the last time, it's because many times, well, first of all, they are on lockdown. Many families, we know that what has affected them, of course, is the loss of jobs. And many times that is an issue. Economics is, an issue. And normally, too, you'll find is that on a regular day or year, what have you, is that many times the abuser would leave the home to go to work. And then when they come back, then, sometimes it would happen in the evenings or weekends or wee hours of the morning. But in this case, during lockdown, they're with them 24/7 as well. And, I'm sure everybody has seen that. You get every little thing that bothers you, you take it out on somebody else.
Right.
And normally it would be, a partner, and sometimes, of course, the children.
Well, there was a comment here, Speaker. Does the police department give your agency the names of victims? Do you reach out to them first, or are they responsible to contact your office?
Well, no, because what we do is that what we provide usually a lot of information. So we have this a list of numbers and places to call, and usually, you're right. The first thing we would ask is that first thing we ask is that, are they safe? But that's the most important thing. Then the second thing would be to ask them if they have reported this to the police. And in many times they'll say no. We try to assist them. We say I will give them the numbers to call, depending where they're at, where they're and where they're closest to. So we give them the Hagatnya, Agad, Dedidu, Tuman, and we even give them the DART number, which is within, of course, GPD, the Domestic Assault Response Team. We give them their numbers, and and then there are times, especially if it's like a rape, victim, they would ask us to accompany them to the police, or of course to the rape crisis center. For the most part, and if I know I had one case one weekend where they did, that made several calls, and I was assisting and I was making calls myself, and I was able to reach somebody else and then connected the police with the victim. But most definitely, the police would definitely be one of the very first person to call. Because we take the calls during the weekends, then we would have to wait until Monday, where we give our data to the staff, and then from there on, they would then provide the rest of the assistance by making referrals as well to for legal assistance. So whether it's the AG's office, the Guam Legal Office, Public Defender's Office, the Victim Services Center, and one new one that we added on was the Micronation Resource Center. So we do that during the working weeks, of course, and government hours. But other than that, normally the very first over the weekend will be the police. But our staff they would take the call during the weekdays, and our volunteers would take it on the weekends.
Speaker, we had Beauty Camacho on our show yesterday, and this whole entire issue with Mr. Bass, who was arrested for murder of Virginia Laguatnia. She, speaking from her own experience, she was saying, there's something wrong with the system. The system is flawed. You work with these victims. What is your response to that, and what is your assessment?
Well, I definitely felt, that I felt her when she was talking, because, I had, like I was just mentioning earlier, I had a victim that I was assisting over the weekend, and she was having some difficulty too, and that's the reason why I would make some phone calls myself. It's not something that we normally do, but I felt for her. I feared for her safety, and that's why I would continue to call, as and frequently. And you're right. And sometimes, and that was my frustration, is that is there someone then not at the desk, because they weren't picking up the phone, or were they all out on the field? I don't know, but I know that there are cases, like I said, where the response was quick, and other times they're not. I know I tried leaving messages on their numbers, like the DART numbers that we have, and sometimes, of course, the numbers again we found later on that they're not working numbers, and then we always tell them there's the emergency number, the 911 to call as well. So, but there's definitely room for improvement in all of the list of places that we would make a referral to. But I also understand is that many of these places are nonprofit organizations, so they're not a 24/7 provider like we are. But most definitely the first line of defense will be the police, and that's where they need to beef up maybe the number of individuals that are a part of DART, because after all, we other providers as well, nonprofit organizations have provided funding to them to attend conferences, to always keep them abreast. We even provide some funding for for services and for staff. So, and if that is the case, then there needs to be definitely an increase or a beefing up of their either personnel or hours, especially because a lot of times we find that the hours really are more after working hours and late evenings. That's why we're 24/7, because we get phone calls even at midnight, 3 in the morning, and we stay on the phone with them sometimes too, because they just feel safe talking to somebody. So it's not an 8 to 5 time basically where they really need to increase, services, but to try to increase the numbers after the working hours.
Right. It kind of seems like the only number that works around here is 911.
How do you end, this cycle of abuse? You mentioned the police officers. We all know that they're short-staffed. They're leaving left and right, going to higher paying careers going to work for the military. So it just don't know.
That's true, because we ask ourselves this question, and that's the reason why we do a lot of awareness. We go into the schools to speak to the children, because many times the children, we're told that, you don't share this, you don't talk to anyone, you keep this, in the family. So they withhold, that kind of information. So what we do is when we talk to the school children, we tell them that this is not right, that they don't deserve to be sexually assaulted or physically abused, even verbally abused. And it's amazing that the knowledge, when we tell these to the children, because I know as a former school principal, when we did the good touch, bad touch one time with all of our children, before we knew it, children now were coming into the office and the counselors and now are reporting these cases. So we did see an increase after, this awareness, programs. And that's why all these different nonprofit organizations are always having these awareness programs. The waves that you see out there is to let people know that we're here, and we provide these services, and we want them to know that what's happening to them, that they shouldn't take it, and there are other people that can help them. So it's got to start. I've always been a believer in education, that sometimes it takes a whole generation to really weed out a lot of that, type of a behavior to be able to change it. But you got to start always, with the school children, so that then they become more aware.
We have a
I the magistrate's complaints, and it does. It's the victims, the children that are coming forward and talking with the school administrators and reporting the crimes. So, obviously you guys are making a dent in terms of spreading awareness.
Right. I wanted to just, there's a couple comments here. Glenn comments, and victims don't even feel safe. Sometimes victims seek help, and it's not even answered by GPD. An emergency protocol should be implemented so the victims can immediately seek assistance. You know what I was thinking about while you're talking, Speaker, is for these domestic violence victims of any type of crime, when they do their part and they go through the system and they get, for example, like a restraining order. I mean, I've heard so many times, even just in the last week, from just family members and then from also Beauty Camacho, when you get these restraining orders and then the people who are supposed to not come into contact with these victims are violating the restraining orders. A lot of time when they call the courts or whatever to report it, the turnaround is, we're talking hours response, right?
Yes.
And then also, conversely, on the flip side, you also read some of these stories where they're arresting people for crimes that they're committing against individuals that they already have a restraining order in place for. So can we is that a court issue? It's really annoying to hear these women come on and talk about how they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're calling the people who are supposed to be protecting them and just getting nothing.
They're all really trying. They are serving for a purpose. And like Sabrina said, is that many times it's the lack of personnel that, in that particular agency that, we're reaching out to. It's amazing, because even though what we do, which is, to be an advocate for them and to make referrals and to accompany them and all that, but then when we take them to those specific agencies that they need the assistance, then they too are stretched. And, we can only do, of course, so much unless either one, they increase the number of individuals that they have. And that's the reason why all of us write for grants, so that we can provide, more assistance to these individuals. But because we're a nonprofit, we're limited. So we rely on two main departments and agencies. The police, of course, for protection of these individuals, and the legal system to further then take them away from the victim, by providing restraining orders, because that's one of the things that we do, is we accompany them or we provide transportation for them. So we can take them to the agency, but then that's the farthest we could go. And it is frustrating for us too, because then we later on we get the same calls from the victims, and we say, wait a minute, we just walked you through all this, and then and then now you're back, and so there is this, they fell through the cracks. So we can't do anything beyond that, and it's frustrating for us as well.
Mm-hmm. Speaker, you've seen this from different perspectives as a former multi-term senator and former speaker, you're a former educator, now you're here at Vero. Do you think that this just, that we need to prioritize the issues, these sorts of issues, family violence, sexual assault? Do you think it's not a priority, or it hasn't been a priority?
That's the million-dollar question, of course. Health, public, education, and safety. But what we're finding is that there are very serious social issues actually happening, not just here, but throughout the world. And it doesn't even help, of course, when we see it, on social media. And it's what we actually then, teach. And that's why when I was a school principal, there was this program that I started, which was the advisory program, where a small number of students would work with an adult, and we talk about social emotional issues. Now, what we're and I'm so glad to see that is now a requirement of these federal dollars that all of the schools are getting because of the pandemic, and being locked, down, and we're seeing a lot of social emotional issues, but we got to expand that now beyond just, of course, what was happening, being, on lockdown and not seeing their friends, and coming back. How has that affected them socially? How has that affected them emotionally? But we need to take it even beyond that now to such, to issues such as this. Have they seen violence maybe in the home and they've been traumatized, by this? Do they, because they spent a lot of time now using technology at home, that they've been surfing, the internet to find, movies and things to watch. And then a lot of it, many of it, even finding children's programs, you see some violence with these cartoons, and I'm saying, what is really going on? We say, yes, this is good to watch, and then what do we see? We see them fighting, competing, to see who's the stronger, person than the other. So in a sense, I like to always see see it this way, that when there are this real bad situation, and we want to turn it around now and take it and use it to our advantage, so that we can then now bring more awareness. We can walk the children through this, and help them, because that's going to be a major social issue that we will not be able to see. We'll see some numbers now, but I can't honestly predict what is it going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, as a result of that, because little do a lot of people know, but you ask many social workers, psychologists, people in that field, that as a result of what they just went through, there is this thing that we all are aware of, PTSD. We never realized it. Now they're seeing that even our, here we're coming up with liberation, but even our parents, our aunts and uncles who went through the war, there is PTSD, not just with those individuals who went through the war, but they're now finding that even the unborn child also has been affected, because there's a case I was just reading, and I know that the individual who went through it as a child, when she herself gave birth, her son was going through PTSD and was diagnosed, of course, as a result of what his mother went through, and, is receiving psychological services. So that's what I'm saying. Because of what's going on now, we're going to see more of this, and I really hope that we continue to have more social workers, guidance counselors in the schools, but more importantly, I think too, aside from those individuals, which many of us are planning to do now, is to have a lot of training for everyone in our school campus who will be quick and ready to respond to this, at least initially, to recognize it and, then make proper referrals for these children.
Well, we thank you.
Task, I'm telling you.
Thank you for joining us on the show. And real quickly, if you could just, if anybody is out there listening and need the services of Vero, if you could just provide that emergency hotline number.
Yes, please. The number is 477-5552, and it's a 24/7 hotline service.
All right. Thank you, Speaker Judy Wampat, or
thank you.
Victims Advocates reaching out.
Again,
Take care.
That number is 477-5552. That's 477-5552. Thank you, Speaker. And Sabrina, that segment was The Greater Good, brought to you by Jay Goodman.
Yeah, brought to you by Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You are in good hands with Jay Goodman. Quality products, best customer support, friendly service. Order online 24 hours at guamgoodman.com. In-person pickup in Guam, delivery free. Order with confidence. It's the Jay Goodman way. Again, that was
Jay Goodman, a happiness company full of top quality products sold by friendly. The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link with the support of Jay Goodman. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with Jay Goodman.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Hey, good morning. It's 7:41. The Link. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. Good. Right on. Wednesday, hump day. Miss the Link, miss a lot. Keep it where you got it. We're going on KUAM TV at 8 o'clock. I'm going to fix my hair. I've been having issues here. Technical difficulties with the cowlick in the back. I've been trying to keep this cowlick down since I was born, but I guess I'm trouble. My good friend Eric Bora Masehafa with Sin Hagu. He's coming out with a new song. Send it on over, Eric. Good morning. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Dr. Ho Wen of the, I don't know if he's wearing his Physicians Advisory Group or AMC hat this morning, but glad to have you. And Sabrina's there too. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning.
And she is, of course, teleworking from Might Be Vegas' hot Las Vegas. Yeah. She beat you off island, Doc.
I know. There's a lot of good food there.
The buffets. People talk about the slot machines. I'm more like the buffet. Right, yeah,
Me
you
too.
Right on. Okay, so let's get right into it, Doc. So this QR code, I know that we've talked with Mary Rhodes about it, and we were a little confused because Public Health is also working on some kind of QR code that Dr. Cabrera had mentioned yesterday, but you know how that goes. They've been working on things for a while. But there's a private sector QR code that we're rolling out?
Yeah, I think the target date is next Tuesday or Wednesday. And basically, the QR code that we try to, the bottom line, we try to make it convenient for the people of Guam and also people off island. It's not just Guam, because the QR code, what the process does is it's not an app. It's a web-based type of QR code that you basically send your application to the website. It requires a picture ID and yourself as a selfie that you send in, and they have a program that kind of match the two pictures together, make sure that's you, and then you just send in your CDC card, and that's all you need. And basically, the program will take you to a federal website that doesn't matter where you get your vaccination, it doesn't matter which state. You go to the federal website to kind of verify your CDC card to make sure you get the vaccine there, and then take about 48 to 72 hours, and then we'll send it back to you once it's verified on your SMS or your WhatsApp, a QR code that have your picture on it, and then and the QR code there. So wherever you go, it's on your phone. So you never lose it unless you lose your phone. And wherever you go, and someone can take the camera, scan the QR code, just like you go in the restaurant, and it will put you up to a page where it's verified that you have your vaccination already. You can either tell you have the first dose, second dose, or if you have J&J, it will be completed, and they tell you where you get the vaccination from. And so that's the QR code you can put down your phone, and I understand that you can go into an Apple Wallet, so that way you always have that with you. Okay, so you don't have to ask for any piece of paper or anything like verification. So we hope that you go anywhere with your CDC card and a QR code, that's your second form verification, and that should be good for you to be clear anywhere. And the other part about QR code is that, as we know, that we expect to have an annual booster sometime. And so it will remind you about a month before you expire that you need to book your appointment somewhere to get the booster shot. So it's a reminder, and it will keep reminding you until you tell that, hey, I have an appointment somewhere already. Because that's the most important part about next year, is that someone needs to remind you. I'm sure that, Chris, Sabrina, you look at your CDC and say, hey, my booster shot is up. I don't think no one looked at it. So for us to increase compliance for the annual booster, the QR code will remind you about your next the upcoming shot for you. But again, it's make it so convenient. You don't have to deal with any type of paperwork, anything like that. Or again, It works everywhere. It can pull, if you have a shot in California, you got a shot in Louisiana, it will pull up the data from the federal website and create a QR code for you after the verification.
Doc, is this QR code thing going to be recognized by public health?
It comes from the federal website. They have to. I mean, the federal website is something that even public health system is on it. So it's go through a 3 or 4 verification process. So I asked public health to listen to it, to listen to the presentation. I hope that they will listen to so they know what's going on. But they have to, just because again, it's not something manual. This is all technological, digital process. So there's no people process on this one.
I'm sorry, did you say when this was going online?
I think I talked to the team in California this morning, and they asked for 6 more days. So for about the 15th or 16th of next week, it should be out ready.
Yeah,
I sent a sample to Chris. It's pretty easy. You have your picture there, the QR code. It's very simple. You scan the verifier. It takes less than 15 seconds to do that.
Awesome.
Doc, this program, I mean, you guys got to be standing it up for a reason, right? So what's the end game with instituting this QR code program?
We work with GBB. We hope to have this implement throughout the business in Guam. We have a lot of business in Guam that try to create the Guam Safe certification, that if you go to eat in a restaurant, you go to certain business that is there's certain criteria that they deem to be safe for the public. So we hope that the QR code will also be used for those. So that way, that when you come into a business or restaurant, that that they can use a QR code to make sure that people are vaccinated already. So it creates a safe environment for other business customer in that location. And it's also track the location. So I mean that let's say that I own a restaurant, I would know that how many people went through my restaurant that have been vaccinated. So those things, they track it for you. So that way you know. You can use that in many ways. You can use at the private residence, and use at the local function that you have. You can create that at any type of sport event. I mean, a certain thing in the States that you go to a concert, you're fully vaccinated, you can prove that, your ticket will be much cheaper than you're not vaccinated, because you have to be sitting in a different area in the concert.
Guess if you could, Doc, the governor announced her Vax and Win program. Have you seen a surge of people coming in to get vaccinated over at AMC?
Yeah, we all the outreach, at UOG, we have outreach at Father Duenas, Hyatt, Jigo, and Okudu High School. And the month we could have that program that the governor just implemented, we see a lot of people coming in to get vaccinated. So and we have enough vaccine on the island. We have a lot. So, and right now, as you look at the data, 74.8% of the 18 plus have been vaccinated at least the first dose. That's a lot. That's 2/3 of Ireland, and like 66 or 67% are fully vaccinated at the age of 18 plus. So I tell you, we are way ahead of the power curve, and that's why I think that as much positivity we have in the community, you don't see that much admission in the hospital. Like we have like 3, So the program and the immunization does work. We really need by August, by July or so, that we will most likely will reach 80%. So I tell you, thank you so much for people in Guam to come out and get vaccinated. I know people are talked about the incentives things and they make fun out of it, but it's all about protect yourself, protect the people around you, and create an environment where that we don't care who come into our island, that we don't have so many people in the hospital. That's the main things. So again, we cannot say thank you so much for everyone, including you guys, to pass out the message for people to get vaccinated.
And just yesterday, the CDC, they upgraded us from level 4 to level 2. The governor was mentioning how, this comes as we're getting ready to do the Airbnb for expatriates, but also that she's put in the request to get additional vaccines so that we can also vaccinate non-U.S. citizens. And Felix Cabrera, Dr. Cabrera was mentioning yesterday about these government-approved facilities, I guess, for quarantine. What changes do you, and maybe even what are you guys going to be talking about when you guys meet on Thursday that might relate to further changing of quarantine protocols?
As you know, our last change in the quarantine guideline is about 3 weeks ago. So I think by next week, June 15, be the 4th week, the end of the 4th week. So typically what we do is that we look at how the positivity rate in the community and what the mission in the hospital for the full 2 cycle, right? You have 2 14-day cycle. And if it's still doing good, it's time to go to the next quarantine guideline. So we're going to try to relax the quarantine guidelines a lot more to allow people to come in, just like with the PCR, pre-arrival PCR testing before, some 2 hours before they come in. And they negative, they can do home quarantine and we don't have to be in the hotel facility. And that's the next step that we wanted to implement. I think we are very much on our way to that goal, and we probably passed that goal already. So we're going to present that to the governor, and public health going to finalize their plan, and we're going to hopefully implement that sometime next week. So that's the next step. So if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to do anything. You just go home, and be free, do whatever you want to do. If you're not vaccinated or you're partially vaccinated, then you need to have a PCR testing before you come. And then you could do home quarantine. And if you want, I think you can test our day number 6 if you want. But that's something that we try to not put people in the hotel anymore once hopefully by next week. So I think it's very good. That's pretty much a lot of people like that idea.
Yeah. Well, thank you again, Dr. Hoa. Always a pleasure to have you on the show. Have a safe.
Welcome.
When are you leaving?
I'm leaving the end of June 27th, to take my daughter to college. But yeah, it's a much needed thing. But I won't be eating so much like Sabrina, so I enjoyed the food.
Sabrina ain't eating. I asked her what she ate. What did you eat today, Bree?
Much.
Yeah. Doug, let me know if you need a connect to get out of quarantine. I might know a guy.
Okay, you got it. Okay, have
thank
a
you,
good
Doc.
day, guys. Be safe. Okay, bye-bye.
See ya. Oh, man. Sabrina, I feel like I ask every time when these doctors come on and they start talking about this booster shot. This is giving me anxiety.
What?
Yeah, because look at how... I mean, and we did great with the vaccination. Obviously, people in Guam want to get vaccinated, which is great because a lot of other places, they don't, right? And there's just these crazy anti-vax people. There's more of them in other places anyway, so I'm not crapping on the vaccination effort, but it was huge, right? We had to mobilize the National Guard. We had to, how many different vaccination outreach clinics have we had since we started getting the vaccination? So when I start thinking about the booster shot, that everybody is going to have to get, it just gives me a headache thinking about logistically duplicating the same effort, but in far more like normal conditions, right? Because you're thinking that if we just follow the progression of it, we're probably going to be like super wide open by the time people get their booster shot. I don't even know what the science is on like how long these cooties in us protect us, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do what I got to do.
Right. Yeah. Of course. I'm just saying, like, who? 7:56.
Man, oh, dude.
Yeah, I know. Hey, guys, we're going to take a break, come back on KUAM TV. Right here on the link, which is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Guys, the cheddar, the triple cheddar bacon biscuit, they'd also do a triple cheddar sausage biscuit. Sabrina approved?
Oh, definitely.
Right on. It's great. You can get either bacon or sausage. They put the cheddar inside the bun. They use the Twinkie technology, and they squirt the cheddar in there somehow. And then you get it with a fried egg. Sir? Right on, sir. A fried egg, bacon, or sausage. The slice of the Americano cheese. Boom. Just like that. Delicious. Jack. You got it going on. Sabrina's going to go find the nearest Jack in the Box over there in Vegas. 7:58, so we'll be back and go on KUAM TV next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Good morning, Guam. All right, 8 o'clock. Whoa. 8 o'clock, Jay. Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Good morning. I like the way you said that. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Good morning.
Hey, all right. It's 8 o'clock, KUAM TV. Looking good. It is hot outside, guys.
Don't talk about it being hot. Come on now.
Well, you're in Vegas. How hot is it in Vegas right now, Bree?
It's like burning hot.
Is it 6,000 degrees?
Yeah, it's step outside and it's
Go back in.
already sweating. Yeah.
It's 8:01. The show is proudly sponsored by our friends at Pacific Points. Go make your points when you gas up at any Shell Foodies. They also have a lot of cool things there I'd like to check out. The snacks, right? You guys into snacks? Anybody out there into snacks? Cool, yeah, check them out. Make your points. Also, Jack in the Box, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises. 8:01, the chairman of the board of education, Mark Mendiola, coming on in a little bit. We got Major Anton Uggan, DOC, Mayor Luis Rivera of Tattoo Ha. Of course, a lot of big news coming down this morning. And we'll go ahead and get right into it with our in-depth 8 o'clock newscast right here on the link with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. The U.S. Marshal Service picked up a 23-year-old man in Florida who was reportedly wanted by the Guam Police Department for murder and attempted murder. According to the Bay County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, Nicholas Wayne Moore of Guam was nabbed by the U.S. Marshal Service Florida Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force along with their assistants in Panama City Beach. Moore is reportedly a suspect in an ongoing investigation by GPD for murder, attempted murder, and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution from their agency on 2 separate cases. His capture was a result of a week-long coordinated effort. He will be extradited back to Guam. KUAM is still waiting for more information from GPD regarding this murder investigation. Frank the Crank Camacho, along with his coach Cookie Alvarez, were involved in a multiple car crash in California. As a result of the injuries he sustained in the incident, it has forced him to no longer fight in his upcoming UFC bout in Arizona, which was scheduled for this Saturday against Matt Frivola. Camacho this morning told KUAM that he is thankful for life, that he's good to go and literally living to fight another day. Crank also said, please hug those you love a little tighter today. Now, he did issue an official statement. He said, thank you very much to everyone who reached out to my team and I. We very much appreciate your support and well wishes. Unfortunately, I was in a serious multi-vehicle collision this morning. I'm a little beat up from the accident, and I'm absolutely heartbroken to have to withdraw from his fight. He says he's grateful to walk away from the accident in one piece and know this is just a detour in my fighting career. I'd like to extend my apologies for the inconvenience this accident has brought upon my opponent and the UFC, and my wife Sarah and I would like to sincerely thank everyone for their concern and support at this time. Again, that is a statement, the official statement from Frank the Crank Camacho. And with more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusia Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. John Richard Bass faces murder in the first degree for the gruesome death that took place Sunday afternoon in Tammany. He not only is accused of repeatedly stabbing a woman, but doing so in front of her children. We have more details about the horrific crime, but also hear from a woman from his past who knows all too well of his violent potential.
Surviving is exhausting.
Beauty Camacho is John Richard Bass III's ex-girlfriend. It was hard for her to hold back her emotions as she recanted the turbulent time in her life.
After we broke up, it was 9 months of just torture, like I mentioned, all the digital harassment, social media harassment, the spoof calls. He would break into my home, and when I would report him on all these violations, it was quite frustrating because reporting it to the police department takes a long time.
The relationship ended years ago, but hearing the news about Sunday's murder brought up the painful memories and heartache for Virginia Laguarnia's family.
Yes, there's a system, but it needs to be faster. Like, we're going to wait hours and days and weeks and months, and in my case, years until this happens. That's too long. That's too long, especially when the pattern is so consistent already.
According to the magistrate's complaint, on Sunday, June 6, just before 2 p.m., police responded to Hotel Mayana in Tamuning to find 39-year-old Virginia Laguarnia lying on her back with her head cradled in her 19-year-old daughter's arms. Bass allegedly repeatedly stabbed Laguarnia all over her body, while her daughters were in the next room. The girls heard Laguarnia screaming and ran into the living room where they witnessed Bass stabbing their mother. They attempted to pull Bass off, however he continued to stab her until he dropped the knife and ran out of the hotel room. Documents state the officers also noticed the 19-year-old daughter had lacerations on her thigh and arm. Bass was on the run for nearly 24 hours and avoided capture several times by running into the jungle. He was spotted near 1+1 Mart in Jigo, and as stated in the complaint, it took the combined efforts of Dededo Precinct Command officers, GPD Special Operations Division, and Criminal Investigation Division to support Bass and force him to surrender. He was taken to GPD headquarters in Tizon, where he admitted to being in a relationship with LaGuardia and at the residence, but refused to answer any questions pertaining to her death. The shocking and sad details has Camacho feeling that this could have been prevented.
Sorry, I'm so frazzled because of how many times I've tried to report him and tried to report this pattern, yet nothing was done.
Bass was magistrated Tuesday afternoon. He is being held on a $1 million cash bail. His next court appearance is scheduled for June 18th.
The CDC has downgraded Guam's travel designation from very high risk to moderate. With more on what this means, here's Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani.
The CDC's removal of Guam from its stay-away list of countries is hailed by Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera as evidence that the territory is holding the line against COVID.
That says a lot, right? It says a tremendous amount, and so that our confidence in that our plan so far has been, working well. That the decisions we made are the right decisions thus far, and that we are practicing the least restrictive means possible. And so those are very, very important, things that to take note of and be very proud of.
Governor Lulian Guerrero says moving from level 4 to level 2 complements recently updated protocols that allow vaccinated travelers to enter our borders without quarantine. The moderate risk CDC travel designation also comes as the Guam Visitors Bureau prepares to roll out its Airbnb program for expatriates to travel to the island to be vaccinated. And according to the governor, she also plans to allow non-U.S. citizens to join the vaccination.
There is a responsibility that we have that's beyond just the United States, and that's to other parts of the world. And if we can help get that vaccination, numbers up and in a quicker fashion, that protects us more. And so, we are as strong as our weakest country, and so that's a key thing with this fight here. And so if we help everybody else and we have that opportunity to do so, and especially we have federal support to do that, then by all means, and especially if we get the added benefit of having tourists, come here and enjoy visiting the Mariana Islands, then by all means, let's move toward that.
The governor has already requested to increase the island's vaccine supply to expand shots to non-U.S. citizens.
$20 million in federal funding is being requested for new bus shelters throughout the island. Congressman Michael San Nicolas says he's asking for funding through the Transportation and Infrastructure Bill known as the INVEST Act. He's working with GRTA Director Selba Bauta to identify where to place the shelters. Currently, only 10 shelters are in use for the entire public bus system. In a statement, San Nicolas said the investment will result in a larger bus fleet and fleet management facilities and technologies that are going to deliver for our people a public transportation system that we can all be proud of and our community sorely needs. Like its fellow uniformed service agencies, the fire department is facing a shortage in personnel. During a budget hearing Tuesday, Senator Tello Taidagwe questioned Assistant Fire Chief Mike Onkenko and Fire Chief Dan Stone about current vacancies. They told her they are short about 130 positions. Some are for recruits and other for promotions.
Our number of firefighter recruits that we have vacant is 34. The remaining vacancies are for promotions. Right.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
But
So
it would create that amount of vacancies upon completion of the promotion because it creates a domino effect downwards.
I see.
Right. So as we promote up and roll people up, we create the vacancies at the entry level.
Those promotions that comes with additional funding, have you incorporated that anticipated for FY 2021? Have you incorporated it into your budget?
No.
Oy.
Assistant Chief Onkenko said the annual cost to fill all the positions is $3.8 million. In other news, a new law now gives women-owned businesses a 5% edge in the awarding of government contracts for most products and services. Governor Lulian Guerrero signed Senator Amanda Shelton's bill in a ceremony Tuesday at Adelaide. The measure was passed unanimously by the legislature. It points out that less than 20% of local businesses are owned by women. The measure is meant to increase their participation in the economy and to address the traditional imbalance.
I always believe that when a woman says they're going to do something, they're not only going to do it, but they're going to do it fast. And they're going to do it expertly. So I just want to say that, as previous speakers said, this is a great day for not just the women of Guam, but for the people of Guam. Because when women succeed, the whole community succeeds.
A number of women business owners were on hand to witness the signing. They praised the new law as a benefit to their companies and a step forward in establishing a more level playing field for women. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Isaiah. The USS Springfield is the newest submarine to be home ported in Guam. Congressman Michael St. Nicholas welcomed the vessel to Naval Base Guam. He says this increases our on-island submarine capability to 5 vessels. He adds, we continue to strengthen our home and national defenses with these enhanced capabilities and welcome our sailors and their families who make us the safest paradise in the world. The USS Springfield comes with a crew of 150 sailors. The Los Angeles class fast attack submarine is capable of supporting various missions, including anti-submarine warfare, anti-service ship warfare, strike warfare and intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance. Tyler Matanani takes us into our next story with the Guam Department of Education to provide the details on their 5-year strategic plan.
It was up for readoption last year.
In fact, that was the title of our original strategic plan, Vision 2020, a clear vision for education on Guam.
GDOE Deputy Superintendent Joe Sanchez is talking about the department's 5-year strategic plan. Like many things, the plan was put on hold due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, as the island seeks the end of the dark tunnel, it's time to rekindle the development with a new, broader perspective on education. Sanchez explains how the department will hold open discourse through their virtual parent input sessions.
Between now and September, we're going to have kind of monthly input sessions where we would share our drafts with the community and stakeholders and anybody who's interested all the way up towards adoption.
The board has adopted 6 strategic priorities on how they will organize recommendations for the 5-year plan. They are leadership, curriculum, parent and community engagement, student safety, facilities, and finance and administrative services.
For example, in the leadership component, a lot of that has to do with training for our leaders and managers, both formal and informal positions. Continuing to support parental involvement in a child's education, that actually overlaps with 2 committees, talking about ongoing training and technology all around and how to incorporate technology into the classroom and in your homes.
The plan will also focus on options for high school students and the variety of career opportunities.
We know that not all students want to go to a 4-year college, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So some students might want to go to a 2-year college, depending on what they want to do. Some of them want to go straight into the workforce. So what we want to do is offer more opportunities for students to experience a variety of options, as they move towards graduation.
Sanchez says they feel that providing students with a clear vision for what will happen after graduation will increase the likelihood of them graduating. It becomes part of the long-term vision. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
A privately owned adult daycare held their soft opening recently, and questions were raised within the community as to when and why senior centers haven't reopened to our island's Manumco. Isaiah Uggan reports.
In Harmon last Thursday, the Helping Hands Adult Daycare, which is privately owned, held their soft opening at the Guam Business Center, and their grand opening is scheduled for June 15th. But when will Guam's 12 senior centers reopen to the island's most vulnerable? The Mayor's Council of Guam, in collaboration with the Division of Senior Citizens, run the centers and had shut down its operations last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. According to DPHSS Public Information Officer Janela Carrera, there have been discussions in recent weeks about the possibility of reopening the senior centers. She said in a statement that the agency is choosing not to reopen it because our Manumku are at higher risk. With discussions ongoing, village leaders are up for reopening. However, there are challenges that need to be addressed.
For the government itself, for our centers,
there's still a lot of work to be done to kind of make it safe. Although the vaccination rates are up right now, with the centers are faced with capacity issues, and how do you tell one senior you can come versus another that you can't come? Many of them, prior to COVID, were already at capacity. So if we're at the 50% or 75%, or having to follow the 6-foot distance or whatever else, we're really only at 1/4 of what we can actually have here. The other aspect is getting the facility up to par in terms of getting their healthcare needs. We know that many of the seniors have all these comorbidities with them, and so getting air filters in place, I think, would be a responsible addition to the current setups of how the seniors are.
Tammany Tumon-Harmon Mayor Louise Rivera echoed Mayor Hoffman's concerns, stating that air filters need to be installed and that her village's senior and community center is not ready to operate.
And then, of course, all the renovation that's needed, because we were having pallets and pallets of food come in, for the food commodities and the distribution. So, there's a lot of renovation and repairs that are needed for our center in particular.
She added that residents should also get vaccinated so they can return to normal activities at the center. She hopes renovations will be done soon. Meanwhile, PD Mayor and Council President Jesse Alex said it would be nice to see Manumkus come out, but the lack of manpower will be another challenge. Although discussions are ongoing, there are no possible dates of welcoming back seniors to the centers. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
5 cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 516 tests conducted on Monday. To date, there have been a total of 8,215 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March 2020. There have been 139 deaths, 47 cases are active, and 6 people are currently hospitalized. The island's CAR score is 0.7. A total of 84,457 people have been fully immunized. There is a new bipartisan report from the Senate out this morning saying law enforcement should have been better prepared for the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol, and it identified security and intelligence failures surrounding the attack. Natalie Brand reports.
A new Senate report says Capitol Intelligence saw social media posts as far back as December about a plot to breach the Capitol, including maps of the buildings and tunnels and threats of violence against members of Congress. But it adds that the Capitol Police Force's Intelligence Division did not convey the full scope of known information to USCP leadership, rank-and-file officers, or law enforcement partners.
Part of the reason it was overlooked is people were saying, well, this just can't happen. And these groups of folks, they can't do that. Well, now we know they can.
The more than 100-page document was the result of a joint investigation by the Senate Homeland Security and Rules Committees. The Democratic and Republican leaders sat down with CBS News.
What was the most surprising breakdown or failure that you learned about through this investigation?
The intelligence failure.
How long it took the Defense Department to respond.
There just wasn't a plan ahead of time.
The report mentions former President Trump's speech to his supporters the morning of January 6th, but it does not dig into specific root causes of the attack.
Our job was not to go back and talk about what happened in terms of the motivation. It was about, okay, once it happened, what did we do here in the Capitol and how could this have happened?
In a response, U.S. Capitol Police said in part it welcomes the analysis and agrees improvements are needed specific to intelligence analysis and dissemination. However, it insisted that at no point prior to the 6th did it receive actionable intelligence about a large-scale attack. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
And with your tomorrow news, here is Kim Conception.
Buenos updates to get soon to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Gi matis mapegay zone beo si John Richard Bass III, 27 anos na edad gi 1 milyon pesos. Gi zone magistrates na hearing sa ma-explica in mas namat niya na sa sedimento gi Domingo 16 gi Hunyo. Antes di alas 2 gi taloan ni manrespondi polisiya guate gi Mayana Hotel gi sa Tamuning. Sa masoda si Virginia Laguanya, 39 anos na edad. No maasong kita talon niya sa inumbaba sa iilunya, no kanay 19 anos na edad haganya. Matake si Bas na asesi si Laguanya entri todi tatau tanya bentas manggai gi famagon ne famalaon gi ortu kwatu. Mahungung ni famalaon no me esalo si Laguanya. Zama falagui huzung gi isala. Maketsa gi manasua si Bas gi hului nanania. Do siga si Bas asesi si Laguanya. Hasta ki azuti si papa zama lagu huzung gi kwatu ni hotel. I dokumento masanga na polisia sa madi disnuebi honest na hagani si Laguanya. Naguhara restaurant denigrido dan malasa siya gi penanya ni kanainya. Kana 24 oras as kapag si base polisia anay duro maligaw sa seso malago halong galom tano anadi polisia gi oriza. Madi give you 1+ mark giza zigo sa sigon complain mandane officially dedido na precinct i GPD Special Operations Division sa ni Criminal Investigation Division pero ma-fetch si bas pero keto pa sa na maaresta. Pero birag itatigi kotti gidya 18 gi Hunyo. Masasuntugin ni Kotti at miti gikoten federal na umisogi si Charles Elmer Sharp II, 38 anos na edad, pwede matsakina na mansuseta ni package ang bola. Lumay-explica gi Kotti, ti komuntrata si Sharp ni Kotti para plea agreement. Sigon ito na indictment gi Diatres Gimanzu 2019 nusakan, matsakin na gay pa ki 45 caliber zan des na minusyon yung nafatto zan na transporti entry interstate zan foreign commerce. Maripara ni gobernamento na ginimakumbikta pun manhatmi zan manyaki ania komite kinantradisa ni federal. Hakumfid may abagane STC ha za para masintensya gi 17 ki Septembri. Gyotro suntu, elinga delegado Michael San Nicolas na man-requesta gwi 20 milyon pesos gin ni federal para nuevo siya na bus shelters entry todo isla. Elinga na mamaising gwi entry the Transportation and Infrastructure na bill ni mas matungo Invest Act. Matototso si San Nicolas ni Direktor di Guam Regional Transit Authority pa GRTA na Direktor si Sel Babauta para ma-identifika ang manusiha guatu na para mapoli bus shelter. Desa na shelter manasa sa Bipagu para entero sistema ni bus para publiko. Gistit monton niya niya si San Nicolas na este na investment sa siyempre na mas megay na bus siya sa fasilidad sa mas nebo siya na inanoy technology niya nafatto para itaw-tawta sistema ng transportasyon no na masad man banidoso tanta sa nesesita ni komunidad. Gimas, un nuevo na lai sa naipagu advocacy business ni Ezon Famalawan, 5% mas sa tsansa tatangin para famanai premium kontrata gin na gobernamento para lamigay na serbisyo ng kosa siya. Afid may magahaga Luliang Guerrero Ezon na biyo sa Senadora Amanda Shelton gi seremonyo gimantes gi sa Adelob. Ma-prepas tinabiyo ni todo senador gi legislatura. Apunta using na menos ki 20% na business siya sa Ezon Famalawan. Ibiyo sa siyempre at sonding mas sa Famalawan, pero fansano gi karera ni ekonomiya sa numafana mas at si hagas taibalan siya na tradisyon ni isla. Ba siya doon ng business sa Famalawan guihi, pero mali ma-fit ma-ilay. Ma-aplaso ilay na beneficyo para kumpanyan niya. Sa numpaso mas mona para ma-establisa mas bali na inano ibos niya ay Famalawan. Yati ko na niya nadalanto ni isla. Yutumo, the Department of Revenue and Taxation System process na para mamel husang check siya pa dinipositan direktamento para 3 mil o 3 na tax refund pago na semana at utarad sa maski 8.5 milyon pesos. Este siya na refund sa semana di man magarnish sa salapi siya para inapasitati di beniya gi gobernamento. Diyan na siya mantalin na si ni mafayo. Antes pad gidya 11 gimatsu pago na sakan. Masangan mas ni Revenue and Tax na para reconoce sa miso tax refund halam gi zamo account gi www.myguamtax.com doon na sabi si look up status of 1040 refund na batunas. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Good morning. Condition 4. We don't even do condition 4 anymore, right? What is it? Condition of readiness.
No, because now there's the core, and then what we all discovered from last year, the P core.
Yeah, the P core. Yeah, that's right.
Remember condition 4 before?
Yeah. What P core are we? Are we still using the P core thing?
We're in
I think
3.
we're still in 3. Yeah.
Oh God, we're the media.
I think four doesn't kick in until herd immunity, right?
No, 4 doesn't kick in until after the re-election. Hey, gotcha, zing. Ah, man, dude, so crazy. Trained so hard with Frank the Crank, man, and you guys might have heard.
It was supposed to be his comeback, because the last
time he got COVID.
COVID,
this time it was a car crash.
Yeah.
So anyway, he messaged me this. I don't want to share this with you guys. I was like, hey, man, you okay? He was like, dude, crazy, bro. Car hit us, swerved into the concrete column, bounced off the concrete wall, flew over the hood of my truck and onto a Ferrari. All this was happening while trying to keep my truck from spinning, and the car was 45 degrees, almost perpendicular to the freeway. Cars were piling up, rolling metal flying everywhere at around 70 to 80 miles an hour. Some Final Destination stuff. He messaged me. So
And for those of you who know about like California traffic, that was on the 405 freeway, so that's a busy one.
right, yeah.
You want
Usually
me-
the last time I was in Cali Road, a freeway was easy because there was so much traffic. You were going like -2 miles an hour.
You want me to read real quick what Kuki wrote on?
Yeah,
his,
yeah,
Kuki, okay, so Kuki Alvarez, like very good friend of ours, was coaching Frank and was getting ready to have him compete in what would have been his bout in UFC 263. Kuki from Saipan originally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kuki wrote, among other things, Frank had a CT and X-rays, showed nothing major as far as injuries, but they did detect some inflammation in his posterior longitudinal ligaments. We just had Dr. Hoa
Of
on. He
course,
would-
right, yeah.
on his neck.
Man, that'll get you.
And they did an MRI, and then Kuki writes, the MRI then determined and confirmed that he has a herniation on his C7 and T1 spine. Of course, those the vertebrae, and because of this, Frank had to withdraw from his bout. But as you just indicated, you know, he is in positive spirits, as he always is.
Right. So I asked him, I said, hey, jump on. He goes, yeah, kind of busy right now, bro.
Just a little.
No, I mean, he's doing like all the insurance. He was telling me, he's like, yeah, I got to go and claim all the insurance stuff for this.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? Frank is a man of faith, and he prays for you. So if you can, like, send some prayers up for him as well as for his lovely wife, Sarah, because that's some scary times, man.
Right. Yeah, and I was looking on her Instagram. She was actually traveling to go see him and their new baby girl.
Oh, well, now they can just turn it into a family vacay. Mark Mendiola,
okay.
Hi, Mark. No, I mean, look at the
Wait, you want to show this picture real quick?
Yeah.
We can go, okay,
Yeah,
so Joseph,
sure.
Joseph, where's the camera? Okay, right here. I'm going to show you. We just put this on Instagram a few minutes ago. So there is a picture of Frank the Crank, obviously with a neck brace, just to make sure that if he sustained any injuries, just to stabilize him. But he's there with that signature smile and just letting you guys know he's okay. So again, prayers for Primo Frank.
All right, Mark Mendiola, Board of Education Chair in the KUAM News Zoom room this morning. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, man, prayers to Brother Frank the Crank. He's actually maybe a blessing in disguise for the guy he's going to fight, because Frank was going to bring it to him, and, you know, this was, like you said, Bree, this was like his comeback, right? So he was been training hard here in Guam. He made it out to the States, and so our team, you know, our Spike 22 family, just, you know, he's one of our top fighters, so we wish him well, and we're glad that he's able. When he was texting us late last night, we were just glad that he was able to text us, you know.
Yeah, hey, Mark, interestingly enough, I'm looking at our our stats and our analytics and everything on our Instagram after we put that picture. One of the first Instagram accounts that liked that picture and sent their well wishes was the Guam DOE account on Instagram, because, you know, Frank does a lot for education. He speaks a lot to kids, and, you know, he's a family guy.
Right. Yeah, he's a family guy, and he's very inspirational. I mean, his story, his journey, you know. So, man, when someone like that, and he was just sharing with us, you know, it's like what do you call that? That near experience, you know. And so, yeah, he said, just hug your kids, man. And he knows my boys too. So we're family men, and yeah, we do a lot of things for our kids, you know. And just when something like that happens, it makes you just even more, you know, you want to hug those closest to you. But we're so glad that he's okay, and he's gonna come back from this. Frank is a true warrior, and I think he's in the best shape of his life. So, you know, I think that is actually, you know, all that training that he's going through is prepared his body, but not only his body but his mind. So I think he's gonna be able to recover, and I just wish him well. Yeah,
and when I messaged him early this morning, I get confused between the times back and forth, but you know, he said that, you know, he's thankful for life, he's good to go, and literally living to fight another day. And he said, please hug those you love a little tighter today.
Yeah.
So he's such a great guy.
Yeah, great message.
Well, hey, Mark, real quick, speaking of being in good shape, you were literally and metaphorically flexing to us during the commercial break. Can you, like, wheel your chair back a little bit and let the people on Zoom know that you've been working out?
It's the gun show now.
Oh, man.
Screenshot that, everybody.
No guns at school, Mark. No guns at school.
You know, it's actually been a journey at the University of Guam. We started this thing called the Skinny G Challenge. And so there's you know, I mean, with this pandemic, everybody's just trying to stay healthy, right? Not only physically, but also mentally. So, you know, our nurse here, Nurse Georgette Apron, basically said, hey guys, we're going to put something together. And our dean of the college said, yeah, let's get healthy. So we have a good number of people. It's a pretty good pot, So well on our journey. I started at 255. I'm down to 230 as of this morning.
Nice.
So the journey is going to continue. So, and I think I have one of your colleagues there. She works out with me in the morning. So I told her I'm gonna, make it tight. So boxing tight,
All right.
But yeah, it's awesome. It's great. Thank the Paradise family for allowing us to come in, and I'm working with a bunch of young ladies that want to just stay healthy, but also learn women's self-defense. So that's pretty cool,
Sweet, sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and flex my biggest muscle for you guys real quick, Yeah, what about that, huh?
Yeah, I would say after working with you all these years, your jaw muscles are pretty shredded at this point.
My brain, Jay, my brain. I think I could bench like 290 with my brain. All right, can we get to work now, guys?
Sure.
Want to keep chit-chatting? I mean, it's fun, but
yep.
Let's roll up our sleeves so they can see our muscles, Mark, and get to work.
Right on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what's new? Hey, thanks for always having us. I know KUM has always been good with us bringing the message out to our community, and it's a great partnership. If John can't make it on, then definitely I try to make it on and just give our community a brief. So definitely appreciate that connection. I think a lot of our families, with the anxiety that happened with COVID, right? But this is the greatest time, so to speak, for DOE because it's graduation and promotions and everything that's going on. Of course, we all wanted to have the face-to-face graduations and all that stuff, but it was very tough and it's very challenging to pivot and change. I think we have close to 1,500 graduates from all the high schools. And then, of course, with all the promotions and with all fifth grade promotions to sixth and then the eighth through ninth, it's been very challenging. But I just got to give it up to the staff and the folks that, all these things have to be approved by our public health, and so that's some of the things that we have to factor in terms of timing, right? So this morning, I think we have a graduation. I think it's Southern High, if I'm not mistaken, one of the schools. But, our folks are very excited. There's a lot of opportunities out there. GCC and UOG await some of these students. Of course, the military as well as the private sector. So I noticed there's some recent job announcements out there for people, so hopefully our students are able to, those who want to get employed in the private sector will be able to do that. So, one of the things that we've been working on as a board, and I'll give it from the board's perspective, we've been working on our strategic plan. And the strategic plan is very crucial at this point because what is the Department of Education going to look like 5 years from now, Currently, we know that the pandemic has thrown a curveball, so to speak, in the way we do education, but we cannot just sit and think about and contemplate where we're in this current situation. It's what are we going to look like 5 years from now? And so with all the federal dollars coming into the Department of Education, it kind of gives the government of Guam a little bit of reprieve in terms of, the financial support. So we're going to start, we've already started fixing a lot of our facilities. There's a lot of things in the pipeline, of course. There was conversation about Simon Sanchez, so that was well in the works, where our community is meeting up in Simon Sanchez, the Jigo area, to determine the type of school that they're looking at. And so there's a lot of engagement going up there with the stakeholders. And then when it comes to the other schools, there was a thing called deferred maintenance costs that was done by the Army Corps of Engineers a couple years back. And they basically said it's going to take about over $100 million to kind of put the schools, bring them up to a certain standard, a certain level. So obviously, with the amount of money that has been coming in from Uncle Sam, we're able to help do a lot of these repairs. But it has to be attached to safely reopening schools. And so that's the key. And of course, when you're dealing with government, one of the toughest challenges you have to deal with is time. And so when I say time, we're talking about procurement timing. You got to get 3 quotes, or you have to bid them out, and then you got to factor it, and someone protests and all this other stuff. But I got to say that our DOE team, in terms of its audit, we've had clean audits for many years, I think 7 years at this point. And that goes to speak to the leadership of John Fernandez and the team when it comes to ensuring that we are, there's protocols in place and how we spend our money and where those funds are going. And we have external auditors coming in. We have the OPA office oversight looking over our shoulder as well. And then, of course, our oversight down at the legislature, Senator Tillian and Nelson. like I say, over the years I've been working with the legislature in terms of her engaging is she's asking the tough questions, which is okay with us, but at the same time too, she's also lending the support. And then we had a good meeting with just recently with Senator Joseph Augustine. Now, this is the crucial point in our government, because this is where we all go before the legislature for our budget hearings. And so one of the things when we submitted our budget in early January 31st, by law, we're required to submit our budget. We submitted it, of course, with the 14 points in mind, and that thing came up to about 300 million. But what we did was we basically met with him and said, hey, give us a little bit of time, because there's guidance that's coming in from Uncle Sam, right? US Ed. And what could we use these dollars for? And then we can back out from some of the areas that we put in our budget. And so we were able to do that. And, we were able to do some facility issues, some, textbooks was another issue that we're able to, kind of look at in terms of, getting hard copy materials to supplement those items during this pandemic. So there's a lot of things going on, multiple moving targets within the Department of Education when it comes to seeing how we can maximize this funding. And it's over a period of time. And so initially when we first started, it was getting the technology into the hands of the families that needed it. So if you recall, we had 3 modes of learning. One was take home, face-to-face, and then of course online. So we pivoted and we changed and we took out one, which was the take home. And so we asked families, please register your kids and let us know what you want to do. If you want to go face-to-face, you're welcome to do that. If you want to go online, then you're welcome to do that as well. But the other option so if they didn't register for either one, we automatically just said you're in the face-to-face group. And so the challenge, Chris and Bree, that we're having right now, the Department of Education, is that 3 feet distancing that, they still want us to maintain. So if you do that in a classroom size, it's very tough to do that, because some of our schools were not designed for that type of spacing, right? And then you move into your common areas, your cafeteria, your libraries, your playground. What are those things going to look like? So I just want to thank all our administrators, our PTOs, and all those folks, because they went through all of this stuff, to put it all together and then get it approved by public health. And so our hope is to return to school in the next, next semester, next year or so, and just go back to normal. The more we get folks that are out there getting vaccinated, and of course we're getting all the PPEs that's necessary to handle the environment in the schools. I think that's the key component. That's the pivoting point for our Department of Education. So, the budget is important because, what is the Department of Education going to look like after all this money has been utilized, right? And that's the key. And that's why the strategic plan, the safe and healthy schools. And I'm very fortunate that I have a good cross-section of board members. We have Dr. Mary Okada, who's the vice chair, but she's also on my budget and finance. Anybody knows finance, it'll be her. Then you have Ms. Gutierrez leading the effort with the safe and healthy schools. And so she's meeting with a lot of the folks. Some of the things on our plate aside from that is in our curriculum side is the grading policy. What is the grading policy going to look like? We kind of suspended that initially. And so there's a lot of conversation going on within the department. I'm just wondering how John Fernandez is maintaining all his hair, because I mean, there's just a tremendous amount and sometimes, I try to communicate with them constantly, right? But at the same time too, I understand there's only enough hours in the day to really, but he really needs to have the time to do the work and just decompress, because I tell you, even the staff at the office were asked to do more with less.
Yeah.
And and when people were saying that the government was shut down, technically DOE was not shut down. We were still conducting schools, right? We had our SROs out there assisting with security. We had our nurses out there assisting with public health. We had our social workers going out. And so DOE at the forefront, we also had our school aides and those folks distributing food,
Right.
And our administrators were keeping the schools open and preparing for, all these different things. So there's a tremendous amount of things that goes on with DOE. And I just hope our community, appreciates the fact that DOE has remained constant in this whole entire global pandemic and this pandemic emergency. And not only are we dealing with public school kids, but we're the state agency also for federal funds for the private schools and charter schools. So I don't know if the community knows that, but a lot of the private schools are out there and they're touting that they're getting this and that and the other thing. Well, they're coming through the Department of Education. And, thanks to our folks at the federal programs, Ike Santos, and then of course to our curriculum with Deputy Joe Sanchez, Erica Cruz. I mean, these people, if they do not deserve pats on their backs, maybe big, high fives and all that other stuff, because, no one had a blueprint for how we were going to navigate through this whole process. And we were able to do that, of course, and just partnering with people and understanding and then bringing what we know and our knowledge and everything that we're doing out to the community. And obviously, we cannot please everybody. And there's errors, there's going to be pockets of errors that we need to clean up. But I reassure our community that when issues are brought up to the board or brought up to the superintendent, our priority is really to ensure the safety of our kids, our employees, and those who come into our campus. So
I wanted to ask.
That's
Mark,
pretty much our update.
Right, Mark. I wanted to ask.
Sorry, I was long-winded.
No, it's cool, man.
No, no.
But
Thank you.
I feel like you and John have the same barber. First of all. But
I'm more shiny.
Right. Secondly, I wanted to ask about because we got not really a tip, but people were talking about staffing shortages for next year. I mean, are people leaving the Department of Education to private schools and other institutions? Is there a shortage, and if so, in what areas? And how are we going to deal with it?
Yeah, that's the big challenge. I'm a proud parent of a graduate. My son graduated from Teason High. My son Josiah Mendiola, and my son is a high-functioning autistic child, and one of the toughest positions to fill is really special education. We got a lot of folks that are credentialed, and of course, we got to make it attractive for these folks that have these specialty degrees, but it's very tough to fill those positions. In addition to that, we also have folks that have retired, right? And the folks that are retiring, they're eligible for retirement. So, of course, they have an opportunity to come back. And some folks that I knew that retired say, hey, you know what? I cannot sit at home, so I'm going to come back and we're going to teach. So we definitely appreciate their commitment in helping our Department of Education. And then, of course, you got some employees that have passed on that, but at the Department of Education, it's always continuous, always trying to hire, needs. But when you have a graduation from GCC or a graduation from the University of Guam, that's where the recruitment really kicks into high gear. We try to get as much of these educators to come in and work at the Department of Education. But there are, certain, when you do a SWOT analysis, right, your threats, of course, are you got the charter schools that you have to contend with teachers, then you have the Department of Defense, you got the private schools. And so, being that we're the Department of Education, we're the largest agency in the government of Guam. And so, of course, we just got to go out there and, do our best to recruit these qualified individuals. And that's part of the 14 points. We have to have highly qualified teachers in the classroom. And so that's the reason why our budget is the way it is because we cannot just stick anybody in the classroom. And then even at that, getting substitute teachers, we usually have in our budget about 10% of our budget, personnel, our teacher budget. We kind of factor that in there so that, teachers do get sick, families do get sick. So we factor into that. But across the spectrum, Chris, yes, absolutely. We've been very consistent in terms of our hiring specifically for the schools. And we have not really hired as much in the central office unless it was deemed essential by the superintendent. And that's where, of course, with the procurement, with that amount of money, our staff, our facilities and maintenance, we're telling the superintendent, this is the time to beef up some of those areas because when we didn't have the cash to do these things, it was very tough to fill those positions. And so that's a challenge.
Mark, you mentioned the budget, and I think we've had lots of conversations with you about how the legislature has cut GDOE's budget over the past two fiscal years. You guys go in, ask for a certain amount, and you never really ever get what you guys request. And so with this $287 million in ARPA funds that GDOE is set to receive, do you have the list of the priorities that GDOE is going to be using the money for, and how much of that 287 is going to be used to offset any costs for the proposed FY 2022 budget?
Right. So right now we're back, we're kind of looking at the numbers, right? So of course, guidance we cannot supplant, we cannot use federal dollars that is already, towards certain things that the department the federal government wants also the stakeholders or the island community to ensure, and that's why there's this term that we always use. It's called the maintenance of effort. And that MOE is very important. We shared it with the legislature, and that's the average of your 3 years budget from the government of Guam. But of course, understanding that our resources tourism was down, right? And we didn't have the resources coming in. And the only thing that was really keeping the government of Guam afloat really is the stimulus package that was given. That's where the money circulating through the PUA, through all these other things. That's what's helping to keep the economy going. But once that runs out, and if our economy is not open, of course, it's going to be very difficult. So what is that realistic number is going to be? I always tell people this, that the reason why that number is really astronomical when we give is all the schools are submitting their budget to us based on the 14 points. It says you have to have a certified teacher, you have to have a certified administrator, a librarian, you got to make sure all the air conditioners are at a certain temperature. So you got all these 14 points, bus transportation, and that's where that number comes in. Now with the stimulus money that's coming through, of course, they're saying, hey, these are things that you guys can help to help you reopen school safely. So whether it be facilities and maintenance and some of these other costs that, collateral materials like such as desks, PPEs, all those different things. So right now, currently, our board is going to be meeting towards the end of the month. We have a budget on finance. The guidance has come through, but we're looking at about backing out about maybe close to $40 to $60 million in this upcoming fiscal year. So we don't know exact number at this point, but it's going to be a pretty good number. But you got to remember that 280 billion that you're talking about, Bree, it's spread over a period of time, right?
Okay.
And so we also have additional funding, of course, coming from the governor's discretion, and that's to help with the technology side of things. So that's what I'm saying. The strategic plan is very important. It's key because what is DOE going to look like, 5 years from now? And now we're seeing that there's a trend in education with the virtual technology and all this other stuff, that there may be some classes where students may be able to do it at home, I mean, these are things that we as a community basically have to have that discussion of what is that going to look like, and then work with our partners, the GFT and, all the administrators at the school. What is it exactly, what is GDOE going to look like, in terms of moving forward? Right now, there's a heavy emphasis on STEM, which is, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, right? And of course, with all this technology stuff, they're putting in some serious resources to ensuring that the infrastructure for technology is going to be upgraded for many years to come. So that's the long-winded response to the question. But towards the end of the month, our board will be meeting, and we spoke to Senator Joseph Augustine prior to, and we basically said, can you give us a little bit of time? And he agreed that, yes, let me give you a little bit more time, and let's not rush this thing through, because we want to make sure that when we go down to the legislature, we're giving them solid figures and numbers that we know we can use federal funds for. A lot of folks don't realize that, it's not like, you can flip a switch and say, we're going to use all that 280 million for this specific area. There's a lot of discussion going on in the back as to what that, is it allowable? Is it going to be sustainable? Those types of things. But for us, really, it's to open the school safely, building those canopies, the walkways, preparing the bathrooms, getting the furniture for the students in their classrooms. Those are some of the things that's at the priority level, because that's part of the health and safety and the reopening of the schools.
Can you confidently say, though, that with all of this federal money, this $287 million that GDOE is receiving in ARPA money, that we will finally meet the 14 points of the Adequate Public Education Act? Because this is, former Senator Klitsky law from years ago. And I don't think GDOE has ever met the 14 points.
Yeah, when it comes to the funding, in my opinion, we have met the 14 points, meaning that we provide the services, right? Our teachers are certified, the bare minimum, the bare essentials, free. But when it comes to the funding source of it, there's some areas, of course, like we wanted to institute the pre-K program. We wanted to, redo all the textbooks and get the textbooks all up to specs, right? And so with this federal money that's coming in, our resources, we're going to free up on the other side, on the capital side, to help out on those other areas, right? And so we just got to be creative. I am confident in the leadership of our Department of Education that we are going to maximize the resources that Uncle Sam is providing for the Department of Education, and that we got to do it in a methodical way that's sustainable beyond just the 5 years that the money has been given. This is a substantial amount of money. And so at the same time, though, the government of Guam has to do its fair share in its part, because once that money dries up, what is it going to look like? We're going to have to make sure that we continuously get that support and funding. We cannot go back and severely underfund education and then come back up and say, you guys did it for the last 5 years without that funding. We need the opportunity for growth, and we need that opportunity for innovative ideas and the ways that we can change, and adapt to the global education that's going on in our world. Technology has really allowed us to see everything that's going on in the world at a moment's notice, So, yeah, that's it's a tough point at this time.
Right. This makes me wonder, with all of this federal funding that you guys are receiving and the effort to meet the 14 points of the Adequate Public Education Act, I know months ago there was all of this discussion about this other group, and I want to say it was created years ago, and you guys were seeking an opinion by the AG's office.
Yeah,
do they have a say in how this money is spent?
In the financial advisory group, and that was created by the late Speaker Ben Pangilinan, and it was in response really to the high risk status that the federal government put. And so it was basically to get everybody in the room and to say, okay, Department of Administration, why aren't you giving the funding to the Department of Education? And DOE, what is your priorities in the spending? And usually it's the biggest chunk of it comes to our, of course, personnel costs. But the other thing too is the utilities. And so that was, remember, always the threat. Remember all the threats of power or being disconnected and water being disconnected. I gotta say that the governor, lieutenant governor, in terms of releasing our allotments, have been very consistent, and they've been very good. We've been working well with them. Superintendent has a constant direct communication line with the lieutenant governor on a weekly basis about education. And so if there's anything that pops up, it happens. On to your original question there, Bree, for us, it was, that thing, I think has a shelf life, because, even the OPA and folks were saying, hey, you know what? The department has fixed its finances. We have clean audits. We have all these oversights. You have the legislature oversighting us. You have the OPA oversighting us. Then you have the board finance committee oversighting us. Is it necessary to have this, group meet? And the one thing though that's kind of good with that is it brings everybody around the table, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to end. It just means that we got a good thing going in terms of communication with all the heads of these agencies that have to support. So it's also the legislature, the Office of Finance and Budget that's in that. You have the OPA, you have the Department of Administration, and you got the superintendent. And so, over the years, they would come to the board and say, hey, and it's usually after the fact, right? They say, hey, by the way, you got a Code C watch, you need to pay this and that. But then when the money comes in from DOE, we're able to catch up, and it no longer becomes an issue for the department. But as long as we remove our exposure from the special funds, I was telling Senator Joseph Augustine, like the Territorial Education Facilities Fund, that's usually tied to, estate taxes, right? And so if it doesn't come in, sometimes we get shorted in that area. So we got to make money up on the other side. And those are the funds we use to pay for operational costs. So those are the things that, our department had to be creative. But those 14 points really, is it something that we need at this point? Is it something that definitely needs to be revisited? I think we should revisit it. I think there's areas now that that's not in there, or there's areas that we should be removing from there, because just the position that we're in, and that goes to the leadership of the Department of Education. They set up an internal audit office now, and they catch things before, and they're able to audit and review things internally and give the superintendent a heads up if there's a problem. And so those are the things that, really helps our department in having that sure footing. And our goal really, Bree, and when it comes to the finances, is to get this third party off our back. Once we get that high risk status off our back, and we're able to spend the money, and because we know we're managing it properly, And we've come a long way, and our team has done really well in that. So a lot of great successes within the department. Still a lot of challenges, but we're up to it, and we'll keep chipping at it.
All right. Well, we've got another guest that's in the Zoom room, but just real quickly, I know you guys are working on and looking into the possibility of amending the uniform policy.
Yes, and so that's actually being led by our of course, our Safe and Healthy Schools, but our policy, Ms. Gutierrez. We had a meeting about this, and there's a lot of surveys going out there. We need the data, parents. Let us know what you think, because we understand the tough economic situation that people are in. Some people are saying, I cannot afford, uniforms, and there's some people that are saying, I can't afford to send my kid to school every day with different clothes, right? So we need to get the information, and that usually helps guide us in our policy decision. And that message went out. I got a text message from my children's school. I did the survey for all of them. I told my wife to do the same thing. But this is an opportunity for the community to engage with us, so that when we make a policy or we suspend a policy or something like that, it's based on, what is our general feel of our community. We're also looking at ways that we can get those students maybe that are hurting. There's vouchers that some of these parents may be able to avail themselves of, and then we're trying to see if we're able to use some of the funding that we had from the Recovery and the Safe School Act to see if we can be able to purchase uniform for all our kids. And that's the discussion that's going on right now. But later, a part of the month, we'll be able to make those decisions, and I'll be more than happy to come back and brief you folks when that happens.
Thank you, because Mark,
Thanks.
all the kids outgrew their uniforms last year. Right? staying home and eating.
That's so true. My kids. That's why I say, come and play basketball, boy. We're going to go exercise.
My boy tried on his shirt, and he looked like one of those cops. The sleeve was just like cutting off his circulation.
Right on, guys.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
That's that. Right on. Keep it up. 9:03, quick break. Guys,
yes. Also,
yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We're going to be streaming a press conference. The Office of the Attorney General and the Guam Police Department have announced that they're going to be holding a press conference, which will stream right here on the link. Bree, in the press conference regarding?
This is regarding the arrest of Nicholas Moore in Florida. It was a part of the U.S. Marshal Service, the task force, and the police department in Florida. They picked him up. It was a coordinated effort with the Guam Police Department related to an ongoing murder and attempted murder investigation. And so they are expected to release more information at that time.
All right.
Again, that's 9:30.
Okay. And then we have the link for this uniform survey for GDOE. We're going to put that in the comments. Guys, they're looking for people to take the survey. So if you're the parent of a public school student, hop on our comments there and complete the survey. We're back with more of the link next. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
John Dang. Hey, good morning. 9:09. Hey, about 20 minutes we'll be jumping on this press conference with the GPD and the Office of the Attorney General. Good morning. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, and IT&E. This is the link. Miss a link, miss a lot. Don't miss it. The KUAM News Zoom room, of course, teleworking from sunny Las Vegas, Sabrina Salas Matanani. And she's joined by Major Anton Ugan, who's in sunny Manilao at the Department of Corrections. Good morning, Major.
Good morning. Good morning.
I watched your performance at the legislature for the budget hearing, no?
Oh, that was mostly the director. I was just there for backup.
Right on, right on. You got a 6, right? But, you know, one of the things that was a recurring theme every time we get you on, we're talking about all these agencies that are just losing people because they can't compete with the pay. And I know that the director had said something like, for every officer you hire, you guys lose one. Was that accurate?
Just about. I mean, we recruited, I think, over 67 officers within the last year or so, and shortly thereafter, we lost a few in the academy. As they started the academy, they went to OJT. They just came and said, no, this is not for me. I'm gone. We lost a few to the Guam Fire during the academy. Guam Fire started their academy and then they left. And then we lost a few to Guam Police Academy. So several of our officers are currently going through the GPD cycle right now. And of course, we lost several to the Navy security. So we got a few down there. In fact, when I went to the base this weekend, I saw two of my former officers standing post down there. They checked my ID. So,
wow, small island.
Yeah. And then we lost some to the military. They went active duty and decided to do another career. Nothing new.
I don't even know what to say, Major. It's
So-
a go ahead, Sabrina.
I was just gonna ask. So, what are you guys doing in response to try and recruit? Is there anything that can be done?
Well, right now, Sabrina, the job announcement for Correction Officer 1 has been continuous, been open ever since last year. So if you go to the DO website, it's still there. You can submit your application. I understand that the last few weeks, the DOA was doing some testing. That's the first phase. You call it for your candidates, and you have them take the written test. I don't know how many came in for the testing or how many passed, but there's several phases to this process. You have to take the written test and pass it. Once you pass it, then you take the physical test, and you got to pass that. Then you go on a list, and when we get approved to hire, that list is given to us, and then we conduct the interview portion. As soon as we lose officers, we do put the paperwork down to try to fill it as soon as possible. But the process is it takes a while to get that process going. Plus, you still have the background check, where it could eliminate some polygraph, psychological. Then you have the academy that can take a couple 12 weeks or so to do the academy. It's a lengthy process, and again, the recruitment is ongoing, and it's not new. I mean, I've been here, like I said, I've been here 27 years, and I'm the only one left in my cycle. And out of the first almost 25 people got hired, I'm the only one left of my cycle here. But we just got to keep moving forward. The director did work with DOA and trying to get an incentive pay, and it's designed to recruit and retain officers 25% on top of their base pay. And we just need the funding for that particular program. It's going to cost us about $2.5 million a year to roll that particular incentive out. But again, we try to retrain them, but it's hard competing with all the other different agencies out there.
What's the incentive program again?
There's a 25% incentive pay that we are working on. Well, it's actually been approved. We're just trying to identify funding for it. And so if you make $13.44 an hour, you get your 10% hazard pay on top of that. But then we're also trying to get the incentive pay of 25%. So on top of your regular pay and your hazard, you get the 25% incentive pay. And that's to retain and recruit and retain officers.
Okay. Is there an update on the testing, or not testing, but the vaccine over at DOC, the vaccination?
Yes. We've vaccinated just about 400 offenders. 400 prisoners have been vaccinated. We're trying, our goal, Sabrina, originally was like, we were trying to hope for at least 85%, but after speaking with management, we're gonna shoot for 100%. We need to get all these inmates vaccinated. And once we do that, then we can look at opening the visitation. Right now, the director is very clear. We want everyone vaccinated. And then once they're vaccinated, then we will look at opening the visitation. And also when we open visitation, just to give everyone heads up, the family members that are going to visit, it's not going to be the same as it was before. We're still working out the details, but it's going to be limited time, and the family members that visit need to be vaccinated. Okay, so we're going to have to ensure that the family members are vaccinated when they come in, and that all the inmates who are receiving visitation are also vaccinated. So until that happens, we're not going to open up visitation at this time. Again, we cannot afford any missteps. We cannot afford for any outbreak, a second outbreak in this prison, and we're going to do what we can to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. Any update on contraband?
No, we pretty much had a last 2 weeks pretty slow week. We did find one item that was thrown over on the perimeter. I want to say a week and a half ago, maybe. Copenhagen and some other stuff that we intercepted. We tried to make it over our perimeter. Again, we confiscated and turned it over to GPD. We don't have any suspects, of course, of who did it, but you know, again, we're continuously trying to prevent it from coming into the facility.
You know, I have to ask, do the inmates and the detainees know that their phone conversations are being recorded on Paytel? Because you know, we
Don't tell them.
hearing
Don't
about
tell
this
them.
one case. It's going through district court, and the individual he's made several phone calls to people outside, his mom, I guess you could say. You know, and it sounds like he's trying to do drug transactions over the phone, and it's like, hello, do you know that you're being recorded?
We have had this inmate phone system in place for more than 15 years now. The one we're working now is a newer system because in March the went down, but it's the same concept. And when they pick up the phone, it has a pre-recorded message that the party that is receiving the phone call and the inmate will hear. And the pre-recorded message says that this is a phone call from an inmate and it is being recorded and subject to monitoring and all this other good stuff. And to accept the call, the receiving party has to press a number to accept it. And that is only time that the inmate or the offender and the party will be able to speak to each other. And they're well aware of it. I mean, every time you use the phone, that same message is there. Sometimes families bypass it by accepting it before the introduction is done. But it's also in our policy. It's also next to every phone in the department. I had them put up a sign that says your phone calls are being recorded. So, you know, and they oftentimes, you know, we probably get, we probably get more than 2,000 phone calls or more going out of this facility on a daily basis. And obviously, you know, we can't monitor all those phone calls at all. I mean, that's not even close. But when we do get reports of something or some kind of suspicious, we can look into it. Oftentimes they speak in code. They have their own language and code of how they identify things. So you have to be keen on what they're talking about.
Right.
Because sometimes it can be, you know, and, you know, again, it's just the family that are doing this. Sometimes just the family, the moms, the dads, the wives, the sisters and brothers, they're the ones all encouraging them or to continue with their criminal behavior. And
right.
That's what makes it so tough to try to rehabilitate and change people's minds, is when your family, who should be keeping you on the straight and narrow, is actually encouraging you to try to circumvent our policies and rules and security to bring in contraband.
So Major, I mean, Sabrina's kind of referencing this.
They get caught, so now he could face longer sentence for that.
Right. Well, Anton, we've got to cut out because we've got to prepare to carry this press conference, but for the Attorney General's office related to this arrest of Nicholas Moore in Florida. But I did want to ask, you guys still have Jose Ananich?
Yes, he is still in our custody.
Did he tell you guys anything?
Anybody else related to that case? Related to him?
No, not that I'm aware of. Again, we don't get the details of the cases. We just get a USM 41 to hold them, and we don't get no magistrates or no other reports. We just say, there's the body. That's it. We're holding them. And I see now they're bringing somebody from Rough Island, so we'll hold him too. And, you know, business is good.
Unfortunately.
All
right. Thanks, Anton.
Thanks, Major.
Hey.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, they got to speak in code, Bree. So you ever get a phone call and they're like, "Gee, it's a beautiful day out here." This guy is pretty stupid.
It's really hot.
Yeah, it's really hot. I could use some ice to cool me down. Whoa, man, I wish I had about 4 bags of ice. It's so hot in here. Hey, go check your auntie that lives in Beninging. Yeah, no, we're talking about this guy. So this guy, was it Guerrero, Bree?
I think so.
Yeah, so this guy's up for sentencing for his part in a freaking meth ring. And when they go to sentence the dude, the prosecutors are like, "Hey, this guy's been making calls at DOC about, getting ice in, and they were using this code for DVDs." All right, and so then they continued his sentencing hearing because of that new information, and then when they went to the continued sentencing hearing,
it's not funny.
It is funny because he's an idiot. When they went to the continued sentencing hearing, the prosecution was like, "Hold on, can you believe this knucklehead idiot is still making drug calls out of the prison?" And then even his own lawyer, who's with Ariola?
Yeah.
I think his Ariola turned to him in court and said something like, "Yeah, man, hey, bro, do you know that they record your ass or what?" Hell.
What the hell?
I know. Crazy. But it's funny. Good. Keep it up. Do it more. 9:22. We're coming back after this break, and we're going to go over to the Office of the Attorney General of the Guam Police Department, where they're having a big press conference. Next on The Link.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app, Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel, conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Hey, good morning. Jay, so we're a little bit behind on the press con, right?
Yeah, the AG said we're planning on starting at 9:30. It looks like right now they're maybe going to start about 9:35, 9:40 maybe.
Okay.
Of course, this press conference today is going to be the Office of the Attorney General and the Guam Police Department relative to that story that's making a lot of national news headlines with the arrest of one Nicholas Moore in Dade County, Florida. In connection with
I mean, this guy was in Panama City Beach. He thought he got away with it. I mean, whatever it is that they're going to charge him with. Obviously, he was trying to be living his best life all the way over. Good job, GPD. Good job, U.S. Marshal Service. Way to go. Magatsa boy. 9:29. Let's do Cover Me because we're running a little bit behind. So we'll do Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King. Today is the day. Let it be known that hereby today you can get a free Whopper from our friends at Burger King. Whopper Wednesday is back. I know you guys listen and to the link and you drive around and you probably pass a Burger King and you're always wondering like, hey man, is it the Whopper day? But you don't want to like risk showing up and yelling, I love the Whopper on a Tuesday or something, and they'll look at you funny. Today is the day. Go to Burger King, right, dude? A Whopper, can you do that if you're on that weight thing challenge? Okay. I won't mention your name, don't. Your secret's safe with me. Go to Burger King. Just do it. Get you a Whopper and say, I love, love, love the Whopper. Say it with your chest. And they are going to give you a free Whopper. Make it a date night, guys. Huh? You know that Whopper is freaking, oh, man, and it's got that smoke on it, Joe. That's what I love about the Whopper. It's got that smoke. And I don't know what mayonnaise they're using, but their mayonnaise is good when it gets with the tomatoes. And yeah, I love the Whopper. I love, love, love it. All right? Yep. All right, so go to Burger King today. That's the plan, guys. Go to Burger King, get you a Whopper. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific, and it's Cover Me. right here on the link. Stay right there. We're jumping on that press conference in just a matter of moments. Good morning.
You can be my angel, let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. You can be my angel, let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. I swear you act like you got no time for me. And the way that you move mesmerizes me. Why you gotta act like that? Ooh, why you gotta act like that? No, I like it when you take that stroke. I like the way you put it on me. I like it when you pop it slow. Cause I ain't tryna bust till the morning. Let me cook, clean, steam for you. Let me take you to places I done dreamed for you. I can undo your straps on your heels for you. Let's forget about the past, now it's real for you. You can be my angel. Let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. You can be my angel. Let me be your king. Let me take you to places that you ain't never been. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. Can't get you out of my head. Hold you inside of my arms, babe. I hold you inside of my head. We can hit it to the left, 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 step back. I can take you to the west, 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 roll back. We can hit it to the left, 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 step back. I can take you to the west, 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 roll back.
He's from the States. I know you guys are wondering, like, how does Burger King cover me and this guy? He's from the States, so his name is Kapua, like Chief Kapua, right? Chamorro kid, right?
How many Chamorros have you known over the years with the last name Kapua?
None whatsoever.
I've known a class. Well, she was a year young. She was a year
Really,
older
was it
than I
like
was.
Kepuha, or was it like Quip? How do you spell it? The other way.
Yeah, I know someone named Quep.
Because the way they spell it now is Keh or Kep.
I knew I had there was someone at Sanchez who was a year older than me, but her name was Agania Sanchez.
Whoa.
Really, really nice from Jigo.
Wow.
And when we were actually asking her, like in the late 90s, we're like, do you have to change your name to
Was she
Agania
related?
now?
Was she related to Mofok Mofness? How about Anthony Agafagumas?
Yeah.
I mean, while we're on the subject of place names, right? 934, Jay, so what's going on with this press conference?
Yeah, so this is, if you didn't know by now, the Office of the Attorney General just announced about a half hour ago that they will be holding a live press conference. We're just on standby right now. We're going to bring it to you here live on the link, but it's with the Guam Police Department relative to the U.S. Marshal Service picking up 23-year-old Nicholas Moore in Florida, reportedly wanted by GPD in connection to murder and attempted murder charges. Mr. Moore is reportedly a suspect in an ongoing investigation. I'm reading off our website now for GPD for murder, attempted murder, and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution on 2 separate cases. Now that Moore has been arrested in South Florida, apparently this happened in Dade County, so that's around near Miami. His capture was the result of a week-long coordinated effort, and he will be extradited back to Guam. The AG and GPD. So, assumedly it's going to be somebody from the Criminal Investigation Division. Most likely the Chief of Police, Steven Ignacio, will be giving some remarks, and we will be bringing that to you momentarily. So do not swipe on your mobile screen. That's the way most people are watching us right now. It's going to be a very busy morning here, heading up into the top of the hour, as we're all just waiting for word on this arrest of Nicholas Moore in Florida, wanted for apparently a pair of cases here on the island.
And guys, just so you know, I mean, information, of course, is slow in coming with this case, and that could be because maybe it's still under investigation and there's some loose ends, important loose ends that they need to tie up, right? But there's only so many murders on Guam that you can kind of attach this to, and again, because it's ongoing and you wouldn't want to jeopardize anything that's going on with this investigation, which apparently they've worked really for a long time on. So just kind of wait and see what they have to say. I'm not even sure how much information will come out from this press conference. Is it going to be one where they just kind of confirm what we already know, that this guy was arrested and picked up on our behalf? Or is there going to be anything groundbreaking? Like, are we going to get a name, a victim name or anything? So just keep it here on the link because it's coming.
And this is kind of like the crazy thing about the state of news today, because, and it's been this way for the past several years, but, social media is the most dominant media format in the world now. And for those of us who work in legitimate news, we've got to confirm facts. We got to confirm it. Usually we try and do it with at least 2 or 3 sources and everything like that. A lot of the armchair, criminologists and everything like that, they've got everything all worked out on Twitter, and you see the rumor bill start to circulate on WhatsApp or on Facebook groups and everything like that. So
I think with media and bloggers or whatever, a lot of times there's a lot of focus that's put on being first, but of course we want to be accurate, so it is what it is. 9:37, Jay, any word?
Okay, yeah, so we're just on standby right now. Curiously, just to give you guys a little bit of a glimpse of what's happening, we're getting a message. So if anybody from the AG's office is watching us right now, it says the host has another meeting in progress. As soon as Joser and I signed into that, we're like, okay, that I'm wondering about that. So
are we in the right meeting?
Yeah. And our Adriana Cotero, who of course covers the Cops and Courts beat for us, she's getting the same thing on her end. So I know Bree's going to jump in there, seeing as how she's teleworking from Vegas. And you would assume that most of Guam's media corps is going to be there. Probably going to be a lot of questions. But like you said, they may go into exhaustive detail about what they know about this. They may be very, very vague, very abstract, and not say a whole lot. Just say, what we've basically already reported.
Right.
Seeing as how this is an active investigation.
Yep.
But again, it is the Attorney General and the Chief of Police. So the fact that arrest was made, and relative to whatever case, the AG Levin Camacho may actually be able to bring out some more details about that.
Hey, while we're waiting, it was a very key member of our KUAM team's birthday yesterday, and we didn't get to sing her happy birthday. Tintin. It was Tintin's birthday. Christine Mesa. I don't know how old she is.
Here we go.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we'll do it later. What's going on?
Okay, so we are... Okay, they're letting in everybody slowly now, so hopefully in just a couple of moments.
All right.
All right, tally ho, here we go.
Okay, so am I going to sing happy birthday or what?
No.
Okay, thanks, Jay. Anyway, happy birthday, Tin. Next year, we'll sing you happy birthday. All right. Again, 9:39, the link brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Jack in the Box, Cowboy Enterprises, Jason Solis.
Okay, we are in the queue right now, so just sit tight, everybody. The joint press conference between the Attorney General's office and the Guam Police Department starting momentarily. Looks like they're making their final preparations now.
We're in the waiting room.
Yep.
They got any snacks in here? We got these expired macadamia nuts. That's what we got. Those are going around, sir. It's viral. And again, we're just waiting to be let in here with this. It's a last-minute press conference that was called a little less than an hour ago.
Because Sabrina, actually, because she's, her time schedule is all discombobulated with being in the States. She was up and she actually found this on the wire. She's got like a Google alert that tells her anytime news breaks relative to Guam. So she was the first one out of our team that found this, like at around 2 in the morning.
Right.
And so this is starting to get around, mainstream. And then we picked up on it.
Yeah.
And then,
What we do know is that the guy in question was anyway, at one point a resident of Guam, but they were able to apprehend him in Panama City, Jay? I saw something like Panama City Beach.
Yeah, I know. He was apprehended by the U.S. Marshals Service Florida Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force in Panama City Beach.
I would have loved to see that video.
Yeah, and I think Bree was saying it was Dade County. I know Dade County is like that. That's South Florida.
Right. So they go into Panama City Beach, and then they bring him over to Florida. And then what I heard was that there's going to be a couple court hearings, and then on his way to Guam.
Yeah, again, he will be extradited back to the island to, and again, we do not know at this point. He's reportedly wanted by GPD for murder and attempted murder in 2 separate cases.
Two separate cases. Man, we're just standing by here. Guys, we're going to carry this press conference in its entirety on the link and also on our simulcast on KUAM TV. All right, until it's over. So that was the call that we had. Wednesday, June 9th, right here on the link. Again, standing by for Attorney General Levin Camacho. And who we're presuming will be joining him. I'm thinking the Chief, Steve Ignacio, will also be joining him.
Yeah, and who is the division chief for CID, for the Criminal Investigation Division? Is that?
There's a lot of good people.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of, like, with the chain of command over at GPD. Is it Major Manny Chong? No, I don't believe so.
No clue, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate, but there are several very, very tenured members of the Guam Police Department are there. Usually, when you have a press conference of this magnitude, most of the chain of command show up. So you've got.
I mean, guys, it's been just a really disturbing year for us here, right? I mean, if you look at it, these guys in CID with GPD, they were just out in the jungle the other day, getting this other murder suspect. Now they're going to deal with it. I mean, and this case they've been working on for a while, apparently. So they've been pretty busy. And we've just had, the beheading this year, Jay. Right? There's been shootings. What is going on? Slingshotting.
Well,
repeat slingshotting.
Speaking of GPD, is that's something that Sergeant Paul Tapau was telling us going all the way back to the beginning of the pandemic last year, because obviously nobody had a crystal ball and we couldn't see what was happening day to day. But he was saying, one of our major concerns as the public safety agency is with everybody, being forced to stay home and everything like that. Tempers tend to get agitated. People, you've shown light on this just as recently as yesterday, Chris, and you were saying people were worried about, the mental health situation, domestic violence cases possibly going up, which they have.
Yeah.
And just the rise in crime in general, or
everything's rising, guys. Yeah. Everything, except the pay,
and except the Zoom conference.
Yeah. 9:44 again. Just standing by as we got the call to press conference at 9:30, but then we also got a message from the AG's public information officer, Carlina Chatfaris, with the notification that they're running just a little bit late. And we were told it was going to be a brief press conference.
Yeah, and also interesting the time of day they're doing this, because typically if you wanted to have some some big, again, with a press conference dealing with a crime of this nature, you'd maybe do it like a little bit closer, like to lunchtime, or let everybody set up. I'm wondering if they want to do this because in the States and in the East Coast specifically, it's about I want to say it's like 7:45 in the evening on the East Coast. So maybe they want to give their counterparts over on the Eastern Seaboard, the chance to kind of like see what's going on here with that investigation.
Or maybe it's just that the information is out and everyone's talking about it, and they feel like they got to come out and say something and be visible.
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations to Simon Sanchez High School having their graduation today.
There you go. Go Sharks.
Right on.
And you know what's I mean it's of little consequence to this press conference we're waiting for, but my classmates and I, we're already starting to brainstorm and powwow and get some ideas together about what to do with next year being our 30th high school, the anniversary. So that's going to be our 30th reunion, and we're already talking about maybe getting some money together, maybe if things are a lot safer and like a lot more stable as far as our ability to congregate, actually going out and doing something for the campus and doing something up at the school and kind of like giving back.
I want to shout out Ken Guerrero here. Ken is the husband of Melanie Guerrero, who's the mother of Michael Castro, who's been missing since last year. And he comments in here on our Facebook feed, God is good, with 4 prayer emojis. We've also got Glenn Lujan here, who is wishing everyone a great Wednesday. And, of course, he's got his Biba Pride in there with the rainbow and the heart emoji.
And by the way, Glenn was saying, I mentioned this at the top of the show, but Glenn was saying there's going to be a Pride motorcade on Sunday.
Right.
I'm gonna message him after the show and find out some more about that and let you guys know what is going on with that. So Sunday apparently.
Right.
A motorcade. Have you ever done any motorcades for any reason, like on Guam? We did when my dad was working at DFS. They had like a motorcade for just for corporate goodwill and like stuff like that. Those are a lot of fun, man.
Yeah. That just feels like being stuck in traffic for me.
No, you and like 40 or 50 of your friends,
Oh, no, yeah, go check it out, guys. It's a safe way to gather. It's probably the safest way to gather is with a motorcade.
And it's also a good way to test your hazard lights, your blinkers on
your horn.
Yeah.
Right? Test the blinkers, because I know you guys don't like to use your signal light. 947.
And you said we are going to be carrying this press conference to
the end,
to its completion.
Yes.
Right? Even on TV.
Yep.
Okay. So for those of you watching on KUAM TV, just sit tight with us. We will be resuming our regularly scheduled programming upon completion of this morning's special press conference, expected to start any moment now. We're in the queue. We're just waiting to be for this thing to start.
Yeah. I want to shout out our friends at Jack in the Box here for sponsoring the link, along with our other great family of sponsors. Guys, you can check them out for the curly fries. Never a bad time to enjoy Jack in the Box's $3 sauced and loaded curly fries. $3 with new slow smoked bacon available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy cheddar or spicy pepper jack. That's Jay's favorite.
No, Chris and I can't see this because Joester's working his magic there, but he actually has a screenshot of our Zoom screen right now saying, please wait, the meeting host will let you in momentarily. Right. So this is what it looks like to be on this side of the Zoom.
Nestor just put in our news chat, stretch. Yeah, this is the longest stretch ever.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in yoga, stretching so much. Again, we're just waiting to be let in. We're just here in the waiting room.
Dalsum for Street Fighter didn't stretch this much.
Right on. Thank you, Rosemary LaGuardia. Hey, Rosemary LaGuardia is a great Link family member. Appreciate your questions, your comments. Paz Camacho writes, I'm here in Texas. Castro and LaGuardia are close relatives, came from the same area.
All right, here we go. Looks like they are starting. Oops.
Good morning. We're here today to talk about the recent arrest of Nicholas Moore. Joining with me here this morning is the Chief of Police, Stephen Ignacio, as well as Major Tong and Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley. This arrest is the work, several months of work with the great team that Chief has, working with some of our federal law enforcement partners. And I know that oftentimes the media is frustrated when we are not able to provide comment, but this case shows exactly why it's sometimes necessary for us not to say things while we try to gather evidence and build the strongest case that we possibly can. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief of Police, Stephen Ignacio.
Thank you, General Camacho. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you all for taking time to attend this morning's press conference. I would like to thank AG Levin Camacho for allowing us to utilize their facilities as well for this morning's press conference. So going back a little bit in time, as we reported on November 8th, 2020, a missing person complaint was filed by the mother of 27-year-old Michael Jose Castro. Preliminary reports indicate that Michael Castro was last seen on October 29th and was operating a beige Lexus. An extensive investigation into Michael Castro's disappearance was launched by GPD's Criminal Investigation Division. Through the course of our investigation, our detectives identified 23-year-old Nicholas Wayne Moore as a person of interest in reference to the ongoing missing person investigation. Detectives in this case work closely with Naval Criminal Investigative Services, the Attorney General's Office of Guam, and the U.S. Marshal's Office, along with other partners as well, to locate the whereabouts of Mr. Nicholas Castro. I'm sorry, Nicholas Moore. I apologize. As the case developed, the Guam Police Department was able to obtain both a local and federal warrant from the Office of the Attorney General's Office and the U.S. Marshal Services. In collaboration with the U.S. Marshal Services, our officers were able to locate Nicholas Moore with the U.S. Marshals Regional Task Force in Florida. At this time, Mr. Nicholas Moore is being held, and it is our understanding that he will be extradited back to Guam to answer to these charges. And at this time, General, you have any, or Bal, you have any comments?
You know, as the General Camacho indicated from the beginning, we still are early to the investigation and potential prosecution of this case, so we cannot comment very much on this, other than we really want to extend an appreciation for our federal partners, which is standard. Anytime we have someone who leaves the jurisdiction of Guam and we have a criminal case involving that person, we bring in the federal arm of the government to assist us in locating and apprehending that individual, which is what was done in this case. But it all goes back to the relentless, tireless work of Guam Police Department's officers to investigate this case. We've kept it we've been working on it for several months. We appreciate their efforts. Now the next step is when we get Mr. Moore back on island, he'll have to appear in the district court first to answer to the federal warrant, and then we'll transfer the case over to the Superior Court of Guam and proceed at that time. Other than that, I have very little more I can say about the investigation, other than to please bear with us while we continue our work in presenting the best case possible. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chief. Attorney General.
Hi, folks. Troy, we have you for questioning, followed by KUAM. Troy, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Carlina. Chief, General Camacho, thank you so much for your time. Our first question is, have local authorities located the body of Michael Castro?
I cannot hear you.
Yes, the local authorities been able to locate him.
We're not going to be able to comment at this time on whether or not the body of the missing person has been located. Again, that's part of the ongoing investigation. And so, like Chief Prosecutor said, we don't want to release too much information at this time.
As I understand that in the course of investigating the disappearance or the murder of Michael Castro, a second investigation or a second criminal case popped up. Can you expound on what that second criminal case is or what it involves?
Yes. So we also believe that Nicholas Moore was involved in another incident, which involved the attempted murder of an individual in the central area. Again, because there's a connection between Nicholas Moore in two cases, we don't want to comment beyond that. But yes, we can confirm that there is a second case of interest involving Nicholas Moore.
And my last question, Chief and General, is aside from the cooperation of federal officials in the apprehension of Mr. Moore, does the federal government have any interest in this case beyond that?
None that we're aware of. It is our understanding that when Nicholas Moore is brought back or extradited to Guam on the federal warrant, there is intent to turn him over to the local government for prosecution in the local warrant case.
And just to add a add a little bit to that, Troy. So this did initiate as a local case, and the first step in this was getting an arrest warrant with the work of GPD and working with our office. The separate charge is fleeing a jurisdiction to avoid prosecution. So that is a federal offense, and the U.S. Attorney's Office does have jurisdiction over that matter, and ultimately the U.S. Attorney's Office will decide how it wishes to proceed, but they're well aware that our office intends on prosecuting the murder and attempted murder charges here locally.
Thank you, and thank you to you all for helping to bring a measure of justice to this case.
You're welcome, and thank you, Troy, for those questions.
KUAM, Sabrina, Chris, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for holding this press conference. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that Moore was a person of interest. Castro, he's been missing for the past 8 months. At what point did he come up on GPD's radar, and how?
Moore's name came up as part of the ongoing investigation. And, that's part of what we do. We investigate when we investigate missing persons or any kind of crime for that matter. We look at who the associates are of people, and, we make determinations there. Apparently in this case, Moore's connection to this case is more beyond a person of interest, as you see now that we've got warrants. And so, it's just part of the investigative process in developing information and gathering evidence that leads us to where we're at today.
Chief. Yeah, but at what point did he come up on your radar? I mean, how soon? A month later?
This case has been ongoing for 8 months. So, at some point, we went from a person of interest to a person who now has an arrest warrant out for this case.
And Bree, I can just add the standard to get an arrest warrant is not a person of interest. You have to establish a probable cause to get an arrest warrant. And that's what GPD has been working on. And they came forward, and we've been working with them to build that out. And again, I don't want to understate just how much work has gone into this. Even over the last few months, they've continued to gather evidence and to collect additional evidence and to strengthen the picture of what happened around this incident. So although they may have had suspicion and probable cause that we need to establish to get an arrest warrant, and the file charges are very different.
Chief, should we be anticipating the apprehension of any other suspects in this case?
I'm sorry, Chris, I couldn't hear you.
The question was, Chris, whether or not there's been an apprehension of any other suspects.
Or should we anticipate any apprehension of any other suspects or actors in this case?
We can't comment, Chris. I mean, right now we're just trying to lay out this procedurally what's going on, but this is very much a live investigation, and it is developing, I would say, almost daily in terms of where we're going from here. But this is a very big and significant first step.
What's the connection between Moore and Castro? Were they friends?
We can't comment on the specifics at this point, Abri.
Was this drug related?
Again, we're here to kind of lay out just procedurally what's going on, and we can say there was probable cause to get an arrest warrant, but in terms of the specifics, you're going to have to bear with us until we're able to move forward to the next stages of the case.
Can you talk about the manner of death?
At this point, no.
Thank you, KUAM, for your questions. We'll move on to PNC. PNC, please go ahead.
Fuck. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, yes. Yeah, when is Mr. Moore anticipated to be extradited back to Guam?
So it's our understanding that he has waived extradition, and so he's still in the custody of the U.S. Marshals Services and the task force. So we don't know when he's going to come back, and of course, I don't believe the U.S. Marshals talk about that because of concerns for safety for all involved. So we don't know when he'll be back on Guam yet.
Okay. And when you say waive extradition, what exactly does that mean?
That means that he's agreed to travel back to Guam in the custody of the U.S. Marshals so that he can answer the charges set forth in the warrant of arrest.
And just to elaborate a bit what that is, this is just the procedure that we go through. So we have a local arrest warrant, then there's a federal warrant that gets issued, and then it's lodged in another federal court and they're able to execute it. So part of the process is to ensure, one, that you have the right person, and two, that they are agreeing to return back. So a defendant would have the ability to contest certain facts. But in this case, our understanding is that the defendant has waived, or the suspect has waived his identity, to prove up his identity, and also agreed to be extradited back to Guam.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Christina with the PDN, please proceed.
Hi, I was wondering if you could talk about anything about how, so, okay, you said that you cannot mention if you found the body or not. When was, for a timeline, when was when did you get a break in the case? When did it start ramping up? Or has the whole time been you guys just trying to get him back to Guam? I'm sorry if my question's a little confusing.
No, I believe I understand the question. Again, like the general stated, we've been working this case, and we've been working on developing any leads, whether it's to find Mr. Castro or to develop any information where we're at today, where we've determined that what we're dealing with now is a actual homicide and not a missing person. And so it evolved from a missing person into a homicide investigation, and that's why we're here today where we're at.
Christina, do you have another question, or may I move on to the post?
You may move on. Thank you.
Hi, post. I'm not sure who's in with us this morning, but please proceed.
Thank you. This is John O'Connor for the Guam Daily Post. I believe you mentioned you'd worked with naval investigations. Can you talk about their involvement in the case?
Yes. So the Navy Criminal Investigative Services, NCIS, they have partnered with us, and they've provided some assistance with the examination of some of our forensic evidence. Anything beyond that, you can reach out to them and see if they would like to provide you a comment. But that's what we've discussed with them, and that's the extent of what we can discuss with their involvement.
Is more a military personnel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit more about Mr. Moore? Does he have any prior criminal history here on Guam?
I'm not aware.
Well, and John, I know this is one of the issues that we have to worry about, making sure that we're not saying anything at this press conference that would jeopardize or prejudice any defendant or suspect. So in terms of criminal record, we're here to answer questions specific to the arrest warrant that was executed, and anything beyond that we can't comment on at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to the next round.
Thank you all for keeping in mind some of the parameters that we've set out, and keeping in mind that we are in the early stages of this investigation and cannot comment on specifics. We will move on to the next round, keeping that in mind. Adriana, please.
Hi, yes, I just want to ask, how long was he in Florida for, and where was he captured in Panama City Beach?
We don't know how long he was in Florida, or can't comment on it, but we do know that I believe the case was handled in the Northern District of Florida, which is a federal court. In terms of the specifics, I don't know if we have that information for you.
So you don't know if he was found at a residence at all?
No, this is a U.S. Marshals, our federal warrant, and so they executed the warrant. So we're not familiar with all the details as to where he was found, what time he was found. Was he in a car? Was he in a house? Things like that. We're not privy to that information.
And for Castro's body, where was that found?
We never confirmed that a body was found, and like I said, we're not disclosing any details as to the body at this time.
For capturing, or for more, why was NCIS involved?
Like I alluded to earlier, and I answered the question, because we work with them, and they conducted forensic examinations on behalf of the Guam Police Department. And anything beyond that, we will defer to them for comment.
And Adriana, just GPD has done a great job, but some of the tools that we have to supplement the investigation that's being handled by the CID within GPD, our federal partners sometimes have more tools available to them that they can assist and supplement the local investigative efforts, and that's what NCIS has been able to provide.
Okay, thank you. You meant the vehicle that was found after the complaint was filed for Castro. What was the condition of that car?
That's part of the evidence, and so because it is evidence, we're not able to elaborate beyond that.
Okay, can you tell us when the warrants were issued?
I don't have the warrant in front of me, Adriana. I don't have the date. We'll definitely get back to you. We can confirm with the U.S. Marshal Service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Troy?
I thank you. I actually I can answer Adriana's question. The federal warrant was issued May 28, I think. On that federal warrant, the FBI, I think it was the FBI agent, I can't remember, in the affidavit for the warrant said that there's the belief that Nicholas Moore used his father's boat to dump Michael Castro's body into the ocean. What can you tell us about Leroy Moore's involvement in either the cover-up of the crime, or the alleged cover-up of the crime, and the use of his assets or Unitech's assets in the crimes?
Troy, we can't, we're very limited in terms of what we can say in terms of the specifics. And we also you may have a copy of documents that are sealed, and we're not able to comment on them. We have to treat and respect the fact that they're sealed at both the federal and local level, but we're not able to comment on that at this time.
Will the local government, in conjunction with the federal government, be pursuing a forfeiture of any of the Moore's or Unitech's assets?
At this point, Troy, we're at the very early stages, and the next step would be to follow and to file local charges.
Okay. The federal affidavit mentions that a local warrant was filed. You talked about the local warrant, and that local warrant was filed for the arrest of Nicholas Moore for murder, attempted murder, and something else. I can't remember what it was.
By Island Cancer Center and Simply Food.
Hello. Is that local warrant for the murder of Michael Castro?
Yes.
It is for the murder of Michael.
Warrants that were issued. So one was murder and one was attempted murder, as Chief mentioned, which is a separate incident.
And the murder is for the murder of Michael Castro.
That's
local.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Do we have anybody else with questions that we have not already covered?
I had a question for Prosecutor O'Malley. When we talk evidence, because you guys have mentioned evidence a couple times during this press conference, obviously without giving too much away, do you feel that if we were to take more to court, that the evidence would be strong enough to secure a conviction in the case, even without the discovery of Michael Castro's body?
I can't comment much more on what I've already said or what the panel has said this morning. We feel very comfortable with the investigation to this point, and we feel comfortable with proceeding once Mr. Moore is back on the island.
You also mentioned this investigation's ongoing now. Since we haven't confirmed officially if there are other actors in the case, are you concerned at all about any evidence being destroyed while we await the return?
That's part of the reason why we wanted to hold off on doing any press, Chris. So, and we're not, as much as we would love to come on and to do press conferences with all these cases, we have to look out for the integrity of these cases as we're gathering evidence. And you guys are aware this came and happened very quickly. We woke up this morning, and we have been in discussions with GPD and our federal partners, but our concern is always about being able to protect the integrity of investigations so that we can do our jobs and prosecute these cases to the best of our ability. So there's always going to be a concern that once we get it out in the media, the landscape's going to change and we no longer control we no longer have as much control as we had yesterday, as an example.
Chief, I know that the detectives were in constant and close communication with Michael Castro's mother, Melanie. And when you talk about preserving the integrity of this investigation, I mean, it has been very airtight. I mean, since Michael Castro's was reported missing in November last year, we've had basically no information about this case. And, you know, people were talking, Chief, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe commend the detectives in this case and to maybe shed a little more light for the public when they don't hear any new information for, 8 months at a time, that it doesn't necessarily mean that nothing is getting done on the case?
Sure, Chris, and thank you for pointing that out. Yes, there have been a lot of people that have been working behind the scenes. I mean, we're just the face of what's going on. Myself, Major Manny Chong, the AG, and Basil. But Chris, you're right. Behind the scenes, day in and day out, there have been a lot of work, a lot of good work from the Guam Police Department, from the patrol officers who first responded, to the Criminal Investigation Division, the special agents that have been working diligently on this case. I mean, you don't hear from us, and there's a reason why you don't hear from us. And that's because, like you said, we protect the integrity of the case and make sure that we have the best case when we present it and we move forward through the criminal justice system. And so it's important sometimes that we don't say too much, because sometimes too much is too much, and too little is a good way of protecting the integrity of investigations. And I've been involved in many homicide investigations, and we try and keep a close lid and a tight lip about what we do, because we don't want to, in this case, we had a person who left off island, and so we don't want to give them any advantage that for them to know that we are still working on the case. And there have been a lot of hours put into this case. There have been a lot of hard work by the detectives, and yes, I'd like to commend them and all the other partners, because this was not done strictly by the Guam Police Department. This is a collaborative work between our office, the Attorney General's office, the U.S. Marshals, and NCIS.
Just one last question. I know that there was murder and attempted murder charges, and you had mentioned that the attempted murder charges were relative to an incident that took place in central Guam. Are you able to confirm if these two cases are connected, or are they separate?
Well, they're connected by the fact that Nicholas Moore is involved in both cases.
But is the attempted murder case, is it connected to the disappearance of Michael Castro, or is it a separate incident?
It's a separate incident. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, AG.
Host, John, go ahead.
Yeah, it's in relation to that second case, the attempted murder case. So it sounds like this arrest involves two victims, Mr. Castro and the victim in the attempted murder case. Can you just say when the attempted murder incident happened? Around what time?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't have the details of that case in front of me. I can get back to you.
Can you say who it might have involved as far as the victim goes?
Oh no, we don't disclose that. We don't disclose the names of victims if they're still alive at this point.
Right, but can you describe whether it was a male or female, for example, in general?
Yeah, John, we're not going to answer anything else beyond that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll get back to you in a day.
And the next stage, if a grand jury decides a probable cause, you'll get more information in terms of who was involved and a little bit more facts at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Last question before we close this press conference.
Chief, can you confirm, or anybody there confirm, that the attempted murder case is related to a drive-by shooting in Agani Heights that occurred in October?
No, we're not going to confirm anything at this point, Bree. Yeah, but we'll get back to you on the date. At least give you a little bit more information. Yeah, we were prepared to talk about the Castro disappearance.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. Have a good afternoon. Thank you all.
All right, there you go. That concludes our live stream coverage of a press conference with the Attorney General and the Chief of the Guam Police Department. The AG was also joined by Prosecutor Basil O'Malley, and the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio, was joined by Major Manny Chong.
As we were speculating initially and everything.
Right,
so
yeah.
He is, as we were kind of like saying beforehand, he is normally present at press conferences dealing with crimes of this nature, and especially like a case of this magnitude.
Yeah, and they were able to confirm that the arrest of Moore and his pending extradition to Guam is related to the disappearance of Michael Castro, and they have charged him with murder. There wasn't a lot of information that was given out, but I think it could have been worse. They could have just held the cards a little closer to the chest, but we were able to confirm that, yes, this is relative to the case of Michael Castro. And, I mean, his mom has come on the link, many times. And there was a point...
at least half a dozen.
Right. There was a point a little while ago where she had told me that she didn't want to come on anymore because they were really close to breaking this case. And so we honor and we respect that. As a media, yeah, we want to get the story, but if it's a matter of life or death, or if it's a matter of jeopardizing, justice or the apprehension, or if the family members ask us, then we try and operate from a place of compassion and understanding for that. It's 10:16. We're way over on our KUAM TV side, so thank you for joining the link here, and also the live press conference there from the Office of the Attorney General. As always, there will be more with the KUAM news team for Sabrina Salas Mantanani, Adriana Cotero, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, and our boys in Master Control. My name is Chris. This has been another episode of The Link. Está. Adios.